Welcome, everybody. The start of something special. The 5th season of the Platinum Endurance Championship runs tonight. Welcome, everyone, to ABN Esports One's coverage of the Platinum Endurance Championship, the 6 hours of Daytona. On such a massive weekend on the high banks here in Daytona Beach, the Platinum Endurance Championship makes its mark on the 3.56, 5.7 kilometer road course here in Daytona. The ambience, the weather, it can't be too much better. 21 degrees centigrade, the temperature here in Daytona, 49% humidity, very small winds, 9 kilometers of wind here in Daytona. The coastal breeze not going to be troubling. The 55 sports cars here set to do battle here today. For everyone tuning in, good morning, afternoon, evening, depending on where you are in the world. It is truly a global event, the Platinum Endurance Championship. Drivers from the North American continent, South America, Europe, and Asia all present to compete in the pinnacle of sports car racing, the Platinum Endurance Championship. It is the platinum standard for a reason. Practice ongoing here in Daytona. Qualifying begins here imminently. About 14 minutes away from practice here. We'll kind of walk through some things, walk you through what you're looking at here as everything gets ready to go. It is a very topsy-turvy time in the Platinum Endurance Championship. The pecking order looking to change, but the more things change, the more they stay the same. At the top of the field in the time so far is Ryder Engineering. This is a team that was shoehorned in as a potential favorite last season, and by all accounts, by all measures, they failed to really deliver to that standard that they had expected of themselves. They've moved to a new car, now driving an Acura. This team has pace. We know they have pace. We've seen them have pace before. What can they do now as at the start of a brand new season where so many things have changed on the driver and team lineup side? We talked about it at the top of the show. 55 cars. It's actually a little bit more now. It's about 57 on track now. We had 49 at the season opener last season in Watkins Glen. Almost 10 cars more this season already. We love to see it. It shows the blossoming popularity of the Platinum Endurance Championship. 3 classes, all 3 classes present on your screen on the left side of your screen. GTP, the fastest class. You've got Acura, you've got Porsche, you've got Cadillac. There's BMW as well. BMW not represented in this series as of right now. Cadillac had a strong handprint on this series last season. Not so strong of a handprint now. In fact, none of the top 3 in the standings on the leaderboard are Cadillac. Cadillac has 4th and 6th in the top 7. You have to look all the way down. You have to look at Old Firm Racing, a brand new team there. The first Cadillac on the board. Giovannini for Unity Racing by Venom is in the leading Porsche. So Porsche making a strong turn, as is Pick Up the Pace. Big time change there. Fabio Salvatierra, Pick Up the Pace, running in stride here. Julian Armand, currently the pilot of the Old Firm Racing Purple Machine, as things get ready to go here. The number 10 for Old Firm Racing. Vicente Lara, back for Carbano Esports JD. Carbano is going to be looking to try to continue to climb up the ladder here. The number 66 for Carbano Esports JD. Simon Slotich for Lifer Esports. This is a brand new team with 2 cars. They've got the 11 and the 12. Keep an eye on them. They look pretty pacey. Looks like the 12 seems to be the faster car right now at the moment. But again, keep an eye on those cars. 2 cars. One is a Cadillac. The important thing, the 11, not a Cadillac at all. That's going to be a very important thing to keep an eye on here. Obviously, you're going to see cars sharing pit stalls throughout this race. 43 pit stalls here at Daytona, 57 cars. Obviously, you'll see some stacking, some hot bunking, as you would say in the RPG world, the Fallout world. People using the same pit stalls there. TeamRedX.com, SimSport, the 806. Number 86 on the track there. There's the 86 and the 87 teammates there. 1 Porsche, 1 Cadillac. Seeing a lot of teams split their manufacturers going into this. A little bit of latency it looks like here. See if we can get that resolved. That's weird. Hold on, let's give it a second. Not sure what the issue is here in practice. One car looks good. Not sure what the issue is for the others. This one looks pretty good. Looks like it sorted itself out for the most part. We have 57 cars, most cars we've had on track at any given point. Put in perspective, at Daytona for the 24, the largest splits didn't even have this many cars. Largest splits had 49. Actually, I think a couple had 51. Still not a large margin there. Running on board here with Pick Up the Paces, Fabio Salvatierra, number 7 on track. Jan Korb's also on track now, in earnest. Seems like whatever the lingering latency issue was, it has been resolved. So it's business per usual right now here in Daytona, or it was. Not sure what the issue is here. Once again, struggling. Give us 1 second to try to figure this out real quick. Looks like we are suffering a little bit of a connection issue, so we're going to refresh things real quick. Give us 1 second on that. Looks like there was a little bit of a latency issue on our end. Again, looking to try to get things taken care of here. RPM. See some people cheering for RPM in the live chat here. RPM, one of the new teams for Season 5, the leading Mercedes in GT3 Pro. Absolutely correct. Jan Korb's was the leading GTP car. As we get everything reset and ready to go here. Again, just resolving a little bit of latency issues. Again, massive global event. The Platinum Endurance Championship, 57 vehicles. Again, spanning so many different continents here. Definitely not easy. Qualifying begins here in about 5 minutes time. So we've not missed anything super important just yet. Qualifying will begin here at 20 after the hour, so by, again, about 5 minutes. And we'll walk through the qualifying procedure for that. With qualifying, it'll be GTPs in one half of the session, the GT3s in the second half. It was an alternating pattern. One race you had GTPs go first in qualifying, then GT3s went first the following race, and they went back and forth on that. With 5 races, we'll figure out what the pattern is here once we get into qualifying here. I believe GTPs would normally go first here. But again, I'll wait for confirmation on that as we get everything reset and ready to go. Again, for everyone tuning in, we appreciate you. Milestone day as we reach 1,000 followers here on Twitch. Let's get everything back up and running here. iRacing back up and in control. There you go. Everything getting recalibrated here. Perfect. Took us a little bit to get there, but we are now set in stone. We've been at this since about 6 this morning, so about a little over an hour. Just need to get everything recalibrated there. Pulling audio back in here. It looks like we're missing the audio still. Now everyone should hear all the cars. Now we're looking good. Jan Korps leads the way still for Rider Engineering. RPM Racing, we talked about one of the new teams, has just been usurped by Negative Delta by Bueller's. A team that was very strongly in contention for last season's GT3 Pro title. Is that way again. RPM Racing looking to make themselves contenders as well. They're still the leading Mercedes team, but not by much. Lorenzo Castellani and 07 Racing, they continue to look strong. The 201, the defending series champions, the 2-time champions of GT3 Pro, have more competition to face going into Season 5. Lemmy Mishk for Rider Engineering Esports GT3 moved to the Pro class after dominating the GT3 AM category last season. Lemmy Mishk in pit lane sits in the 4th position at the moment, the highest placed BMW. Some new cars here. Milo Spielman, the 334, now in GT3 AM, the Lithium Motorsports GT3 AM category car. Coming back on track here. Still see some Porsches here, but they're definitely not littering the top of the standings like we saw last season, where it was just Porsche versus Ferrari. Now you've got Mercedes in the mix. You still have a couple Ferraris in the mix as well. Got a Lamborghini in this mix for the first time. A decent variety of cars here this evening. There's a look at the first time we've seen an Audi on track here since ABN started broadcasting the Platinum Endurance Championship. The new Audi R8 GT3 Evo on track here. That is Smurf Racing Team. Stefan Henry in that car at the moment. That is in GT3 AM, that 391 machine. Looks like we are getting even more cars. 58 now on track. There will be 10 in GT3 AM. 10 in GT3 AM. Looks like there's 24 in GT3 Pro and 24 in GTP. That is an absolutely wild time. We can't wait for it as racing continues. And we're in practice now. Qualifying beginning here in less than a minute. And for everyone tuning in and making your way in to tune in to the 6 hours of Daytona, welcome to ABN Esports coverage of the Platinum Endurance Championship. the pinnacle of sports car racing. Norbert Thomas took the fast lap at the very end for Magic Arrow at the 55 crew. Magic Arrow versus Ryder versus Unity Racing by Venom. That's a pretty decent combination to see there near the top of the board. Alrighty, getting ready here for qualifying to begin. We'll see what classes are making their way through. It looks like it'll be GT3 that makes its way onto the track first. GT3s getting on track here. They'll have the first half of the session to themselves. Lemmy Mishk, GT3 AM champion from last season, now in GT3 Pro. Let's see what that Ryder Engineering BMW can do, the 276. Lorenzo Castellani, part of the championship defending team, 07 Racing once again. Castellani was very impressive in the Ferrari that they ran last season. Now in the Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo. Let's see what Castellani can do. He was a really good qualifier last season for Castellani. He'll have to do that again tonight in a lot more competitive GT field. And it's hard to get more competitive than what it was last season, where there was arguably 3 really good powerhouses that had a chance to win the championship in the final race when we went to Spa. We'll have a chance while everyone is warming up and getting ready to start their qualifying runs. 5 races, but the calendar format's a little bit different. Last season, it was a longer race, short race, long race, short race, long race to end the season. Now the races will continuously, gradually get larger as the season goes on. Obviously, 6 hours of Daytona here today. In 3 weeks, it's an 8-hour race, then a 10, then a 12, and then the 24 hours of Le Mans in May. Going to be very exciting seeing all of that take place as this season continues to progress. Obviously, we're in Daytona today. We'll go to Monza for the 8 hours of Monza on March 9th. Then the 10 hours of Spa on April 6th. 12 hours of Sebring back to the United States on April 27th. And May 11th to 12th, the 24 hours of Le Mans. All of that's going to be here on ABN1. Lorenzo Castellani keeping an eye on that 07 racing car, a favorite to get pole position in GT3 Pro. GT3 Pro and AM all on track together. We'll have to keep an eye on AM as well. A lot of new faces in GT3 AM as business begins. And again, a very busy time on track. Over 30 cars on track, 34. GT cars on track. Makes clean air very, very important. Castellani's got it right now. So he's going to have a pretty good banker lap here to set down first. To the bus stop. You have to be careful on the track limits. Touch the off track, touch the grass. Go below the yellow line right here in the banking. That invalidates your lap time. And when you know that time is limited, it is very, very, very precious. Castellani looking good though. Let's see if this lap counts for 07 Racing, the defending series champions in GT3 Pro. They do go top of the board. 1:43.680 for Castellani. Great job there by 07 Racing so far there. That's their banker lap though. So many more laps to put down. Another car on track here. Enosis Esports. Roman Ortiz. Another Mercedes AMG on track here. GT3 AM. The 364. Team Race Getter with Paul Kraus behind the wheel. Top of the board in GT3 AM. Then it's Unlucky Luck Racing. Lithium Motorsports AM, Philip Madsen just went top of the board in GT3 AM. Lithium Motorsports looking to make amends here, expanding as that team was a GTP only team last season. They now have a GT3 AM car as well. Madsen behind the wheel there, as more and more cars put times on the board. Off track there for Madsen. Pulling out of the way here, Paul Kraus. New team as well. You see the difference already between having clean air and not having clean air, especially going to the bus stop here. Having to get out of the gas a little bit earlier. Shave some time. All of that super important. Again, in a very momentous day on ABN, we passed 1,000 followers on Twitch. We have the start of something extremely special. Kraus closing in on Spielman in Lithium Motorsports in AM. There's Spielman. So Kraus and Spielman on the same piece of real estate at the moment at the top of GT3 AM. Direct comparison there. XPD GT3 Racing. Matt Cuso pulling off track there. Sergio Blum for One Motorsport, another Mercedes team. Some vibrant colors on that One Motorsport machine, 9th fastest there. RPM Racing, brand new team with some fans already interacting as this race goes live. RPM Racing currently 2nd fastest ahead of Ryder Engineering. Ryder Engineering and Native Delta by Bueller's sitting 3rd and 4th. Native Delta by Bueller's, interestingly enough, Vladislav Shopov is sitting in a Porsche. They were in the BMW last season, so they went to the Porsche. Ryder Engineering in the BMW. Lemmy Mish, I believe, just went to the setup to try to tinker with that machine. Sebastian Heberer for Outrun Berserk. The 208 running 5th fastest at the moment in GT3 Pro and Old Firm Racing White. Amari Garrard for Old Firm Racing White. Isaac Arvidsson for Simrace Sweden Esports, another new team. I have a feeling that is not the Swedish flag. That is a, looks like it's based off the Norwegian flag. See if I can get that fixed at some point for Arvidsson. Hugo Valentin for Project Valoris Academy, 253, sitting 8th fastest. Kiko Lacal for Go Esports. He's in the BMW for Go Esports in the 288, sitting in the top 10. And then you have 2 cars with aces in the wheel. Milo Spielman behind the wheel of the current pole sitters in GT3 AM. Spielman was a GTP driver. He is a gold class driver in the PEC. So he is the anchor man for Lithium Motorsports in their AM car. This is going to be interesting because the rideshare agreements between with gold drivers in the AM class is that they can only drive a certain amount of time. They have a way more limited amount of time in the car. So if Spielman starts this race, there is not a chance that he gets to finish this. So what's the strategy here for Spielman? Is he qualifying the car when someone else starts the race? Or is Spielman starting this race and then handing it off? We're going to find out. Shopov, a little bit of latency there for Native Delta by Bueller's. This is tuned to the 278. New Porsche machine. Sebastian Heberer, again for Outrun Berserk, just got jumped by Alberto Moreno. Alberto Moreno for Gabono Esports JD, the GT3 Pro team. This is a team with multiple cars present. They've got a GTP, they've got a GT3 Pro, and a GT3 M machine. Alberto Moreno in GT3 Pro. Sergio Ochoa Esposito in the GT3 AM car. In that black and white Ferrari. 8th fastest in GT3 AM at the moment. Let's see if we can extend the leaderboards just a little bit so you can see if we can get the top 10 showing here on the board. There we go. Get you some top 10s here. Let's see if we can get the top 13 going. Ten cars in GT3 AM. All 10 of them on your screen. 13 in GT3 Pro to get things started. Miroslav Sodorov, Native Delta Academy. Their AM class car. Native Delta expanding as well. You have Native Delta by Bueller's in the Pro class. Native Delta Academy. Sodorov in that car, sitting 3rd fastest. Not a bad run so far for Sodorov. Phil Spez, Virtual Insanity Racing, defending series champion in GT3 AM. Obviously couldn't retain Lemmy Mishk, as Spielman continues to top the board in GT3 AM. Virtual Insanity Racing trying to put themselves in that mix once again for the class title in the AM class. Lorenzo Castellani leaving pit lane just now. Currently the pole sitter, and that is a very busy pit exit for Castellani and company. Again, a very fast mixture of cars. Mercedes, Porsche, BMW, Ferrari, Audi, all present, including Lamborghini. Only one Lamborghini in this field, also just now leaving pit lane. The 218 Sim Race Sweden Esports Academy, which also ended up being an actual pro team. So there's 2 Sim Race Sweden cars. The Academy in the same class as Sim Race Sweden's proper esports pro team. Sim Race Esports with Arvidsson behind the wheel still is in 8th in qualifying at the moment. Dan Peppels in the wheel of the 218, 16th at the moment. Castellani on track here, a 143.588. Vladislav Shopov not far away in that new Porsche for Native Delta by Bueller's, 7/100ths away. Charlie Nilsson for RPM Racing in 3rd. Their debut so far going great. Great looking Mercedes as well. Lemishk for Ryder Engineering on pit lane there. Sitting in the 4th position, seems pretty well content with where he's at right now on the board, but not, I would say not safe in any situation. The gap between Ryder Engineering and Carbono Esports JD's GT3 Pro car, which we're looking at right now, come to pit lane, is 2 milliseconds. Not a huge margin. Hugo Valentin for Project Valoris Academy, the 253 car, in 6th. Then it's Sebastian Heberer for Outrun Berserk in 7th. New car jumping the top 13 in GT3 Pro. Merrick Schwartz for Team RaceGetter.de. Couple cars here for Team RaceGetter. There's a blue car, there's a black car, the 264, the black team. Blue team of Paul Kraus behind the wheel is 2nd in AM. So a couple of teams here with multiple cars in the mix. Again, we're not seeing any GTP cars yet. GTP will be the class that qualifies next. It's all GT3 Pro and GT3 AM on the board right now. Nick Andre Stodel for Firefly E-Racing. Don't know if Firefly's got more than one car in this race. It looks like the way they've got it labeled, they should. Firefly E-Racing blue. If they've got a second car, I'm not seeing it on the entry list right now, but I could be wrong. I could just be overlooking it. There are 34 cars to try to scan over in quick fashion. Team Redux, we know, has multiple cars. Lithium Motorsports has multiple cars. AZR Motorsport, a team with multiple cars. Simrace Sweden, Team Race Getter, SR Technic, Go Esports, Really Slow Motion Racing, Carbono Esports, Rider Engineering, Native Delta, XBD Racing. A lot of teams with multiple cars here. Everyone trying to stack the deck here a little bit with less than 5 minutes left in qualifying for GT3. Both Pro and Am, Lorenzo Castellani still atop the board. His lap time has stood so far by 7/100ths over Native Delta by Bueller's. RPM Racing in third. Then it's Rider Engineering, Carbono Esports, Project Valoris, Outrun Berserk, Old Firm Racing, Simrace Sweden, Really Slow Motion Racing, Go Esports, One Motorsport, and Team Race Getter, the top 10. Again, for everyone tuning in and making today's race the season opener for the 5th season of the Platinum Endurance Championship so special, welcome to a moment in history to kick off the 5th season here on ABN1. Sergi Blum for One Motorsport just went top 5. Mercedes packing a punch now in season 5. We didn't see Mercedes hardly at all. We only saw one Mercedes AMG GT3, and that was Peaky Drivers that we saw in that car. What feels like ages ago, how much things have changed. Now it's a Mercedes at the top of the board. The highest placing Ferrari is Simrace Sweden, all the way down in the 10th position. Milo Spielman, you want to talk about someone who is flying right now. Obviously, we know he's a gold driver. We know he's outstanding. He's put that AM class car 8th overall in GT3. A 144.005. And the scary part is Team Race Getter, their blue car, that 364 with Paul Krause behind the wheel, is not far behind. Less than 3/10 away. Native Delta Academy also not too far away. Seems like a pretty level spacing between the AM class cars at the moment, which is obviously a fantastic thing to see. But obviously you see that a couple of the teams have put their aces on the table, and Spielman looking for some really good momentum to kick off the season for the AM car. Top 10 for the AM class car. It's not Virtual Sanity Racing. Virtual Sanity Racing are struggling a little bit. Phillips Best behind the wheel was in pit lane. That's 4th fastest for Virtual Sanity Racing. Miroslav Sodorov for Native Delta Academy, 3rd fastest in GT3 AM at the moment. 2 minutes to go in qualifying for GT3. As we run through this, Castellani still top of the board, and he's going to have about one more lap to do. And he's actually going to come down pit lane. He's going to waive his qualifying efforts. He believes he's good enough. Shopov isn't on track for Native Delta by Bueller, so he's pretty well right on that. Hugo Valentin for Project Valoris completed his lap. He's done. He got top 5 there provisionally, but we got to wait for Alberto Moreno to finish his run. Milo Spielman comes in pit lane. His run is over. He will take that GT3 AM pole. Amari Garrard for Old Firm Racing Right goes top 10 provisionally, but it's a very stacked GT3 Pro field. Alberto Moreno looking to try to get a top 5 starting position in GT3. Can he do it? He's in 7th. Can the GT3 Pro team for Carbono Esports do it? All the track in use on the front straightaway for Moreno. Not enough. Not enough for a top 5. Moreno will end up being 7th here. Kiko Lacal gonna have the rest of this lap to do for Go Esports. Most of qualifying is completed. 34 cars have set lap time so far. And we still have the GTP class to run. For everyone tuning in, we appreciate you being with us here this morning or this afternoon, depending on where you're at in the world. Whether you're with us on ABN Studio side of the world in North and South America, or if you're over in Europe, or even some of our fans over in Asia, we welcome you to the Platinum Endurance Championship. Lacal goes down pit lane. Matt Cuso just finished his run and did not improve. XPD Racing's GT3 car will come to a stop there. This is going to be very interesting. Time has begun. Here we go. GTP qualifying has begun. Here we go. Project Valorous, one of the first ones on track. The 52 car leads the way. Brand new team coming in with a bang. Minimize the GT3 classes, the top three of those classes, so you know who's starting where at the top of those standings. This is about to be a very intense time. 24 GTPs about to do battle here for the next 19 minutes. All for pole position. Rosendahl trying to warm up the tires just a little bit before attacking the bus stop for the first time. Got the track to themselves. Let's see what they can do. Again, a lot of new teams. Project Valorous has 2 GTPs in this field. There's a 51 and the 52. Rosendahl in the 52. Over in the 51, the sister car, it's Chichura. Christoph Chichura in the 51. And in traffic, the Porsche there, the 51. Again, it's the 52 of Rosendahl that starts his first lap. The first of anybody in GTP to kick things off. It's a magic event all the time. Here in the Platinum Endurance Championship, so much goes into this. Rosendahl. Right back onto the oval. Again, this is where you find the barometer. Where are you compared to your peers in this season? A lot of new teams in GTP right now. Team Red X, Project Valorous, MRP by Fields, Leipert Esports, 07 Racing's got a GTP now as well. Unity Racing by Venom, Dead Bull Racing, Team FFSR. A lot of brand new teams. Obviously, there's still some familiar faces from last season. Magic Arrow, Rider Engineering, Pick Up the Pace, XPD Racing, AZR Motorsport, Carbano Esports, Really Slow Motion Racing. A lot of teams running here. First car to set a time is going to actually end up being Giovannini, but immediately usurped by Team Red X. Reagan Carty in the 86, top of the board at the moment. And I talked about how important it was to stay within the track limits. If you touch the grass, especially to the bus stop, which is, I think, the biggest offender so far, it invalidates your lap time. Precious time, precious minutes go away every time you cut through part of the course. 19 cars set times immediately. Leipert Esports, they looked like they had some pace in practice, but in qualifying so far, their banker laps have not been that quick. Let's see what they can do. 11 and 12, they are 18th and 19th at the moment. Okay, keeping an eye on Reagan Carty, who was for a moment provisional pole. In the third car for Project Valoris, Zloreski, Jacob Zloreski behind the wheel there. Currently top of the board, a 130.609. Let's look at him. The Acura for Zloreski. On track here at the moment. Jean Corbs, Ryder Engineering, right where we thought it is a dead heat. 130.609. Jan Corbs and Jacob Zloreski are dead even at the top of the board. Norbert Thomas, third fastest. Can he improve in that Porsche for Magic Arrow? Was that enough for pole? No, he is 7 milliseconds away. The top three separated by 7 milliseconds. And the front of the field is tied. That is insane. That is absolutely wild. Top of the board in qualifying. It is a dead draw between Jan Corbs and Jacob Zloreski. Ryder Engineering and Project Valoris, they're going to be trading blows here. You want to talk about juggernauts? I think we found a juggernaut fight to kick off this season. Magic 55, Norbert Thomas. Don't count him out. There's a reason this team was a championship contender. Why they've been so good. Norbert Thomas, consistency in that Magic 55 camp. Thomas, Avener, championship caliber drivers across the board for Magic Arrow. Don't sweat the small stuff, but you got to look at the pace of Ryder and Project Valoris, and you've got to be rubbing your hands together because this could be a very good season-long fight from now until May. 07 Racing also in fourth place. Gianpaolo Cristini for 07 Racing in the Cadillac, the highest level Cadillac so far. He'll reset the pit lane. Julian Harmond for Old Firm Racing Purple, their GTP machine for Old Firm Racing, fifth best that Cadillac. And it looks like that'll be an improvement, but not enough to take fourth from Cristini. Hugo Preto for Pick Up the Pace. Porsche. This is, I think, this is the second highest Porsche, I do believe. I have to go back and look. I believe unless Zloreski is. Zloreski's in the Porsche, in the Acura, excuse me. Ryder's in the Acura front row. Then it's Porsche, 2 Cadillacs, and then the second Porsche of Preto there. Then 3 Cadillacs with Team Red X, Sim Sport, Project Valoris Academy, and Azio Motorsport GTP, also in the Cadillac here. Number 20 there with Felipe Silveira behind the wheel. Benjamin Barreto for Unity Racing by Venom Yellow. Top 10 at the moment for the 8 car. Istvan Deci for really slow motion racing red. On track there. Pablo Alvarez for XPD Racing GTP, which what was XPD Emerald Racing, now just XPD Racing GTP. Mark Rosendahl for Project Valoris Academy has moved up to the 8th position. Team FFSR, Thomas Singleboeuf in 14th place. Again, it's a very tight-knit battle at the front of the field. Tobias Marpert, Randale Racing, sitting in the 15th position. Nicholas Gessner for Magic 56 in the 16th position. New look for that, new driver lineup for that car. Christoph Zatura for Project Valoris 51, sitting in the 17th position. That Porsche not where they want that car to be at the moment. Especially seeing as how you've got team cars at the front of the field. You definitely want to try to get the 51 up a little bit closer. Lightbird Esports have moved up a couple positions here. They were cycled out of the top 20, but now back in it. Lars Watzig for Lightbird Esports number 11 in 18th. Marcel Ropak for the 12 for Lightbird Esports in 19th position. Paris Bocavalis for Red X Academy sitting in 20th. Vicente Lara for Carbano Esports sitting in 21st. Again, Long race is about where you finish this race, not where you qualify. Some work to do, and they know that. Cesar Cabral for Race 2 Esport, another team returning. Mostly Brazilian-led. Early morning for them as well. Kazimi Murrieta for Dead Bull Racing. Sitting in the now 24th position because MRT by Fields Academy just went second fastest. Paul Munn, top of the field almost. Soreski just went fastest with a 1:30.300. The times, they are tumbling. And again, this is a tight fight. 24 cars. And the gap between first and last in the class is just over a second. You want to talk about the cream of the crop, the top of the talent, the platinum standard, pun intended, for the Platinum Endurance Championship. Here it is. Zaleski top of the board. Project Flores looking for a pole on their debut in the PEC. Zaleski trying to get down to pit lane here, it looks like, or trying to charge up the hybrid system. Something we don't talk about very often because it's still kind of a new developing technology, hybrid in the GTP cars. Part of the golden age of sports car racing, led by the GTP's technological advancements here. Thomas second fastest, Pullman in MRT by Fields in third. Jan Korbs, Ryder Engineering in fourth. It is a tight-knit group at the top of the board. It's Vendetti. Really slow motion red. Just came out of pit lane as well. They will run to the end of qualifying. This is the final group for qualifying. All 24 cars for GTP on track. Zaleski, top of the board for Project Flores, the number 50 machine. Another change in position to 86, gaining spots once again, as is the 9 of Eros Giovannini for Unity Racing by Venom. 2 Unity Racing by Venom cars, the black and the yellow machine, the 8 and the 9. 3 Project Flores cars. Norbert Thomas second fastest at the moment, could not improve there. Jan Korbs. Once again, looking at this field like, okay, there's a lot of talent. Is this Ryder Engineering season? Cross the line. Second fastest. Pressure once again on Zaleski and Project Flores. It's the veterans and the debutantes duking it out for fastest lap here at Daytona. Coming to 7 minutes to go of time in qualifying. What a magical time. Again, 57 cars will be taking to the track here. Excuse me, 58 cars. Even better. 58. For those that are unfamiliar with the iRacing technology, the maximum you can have at any given point is 60 cars. We are 2 away from a completely maxed out grid. Very special moment. Very special. Jan Korbs on track here for Ryder Engineering. Zaleski in the number 1 position, car 50. Project Flores currently holds pole position by a little over a tenth. Old Firm Racing Purple in third. The number 10 machine, Julian Harmond, behind the wheel, has put himself in a really good spot as well. Just a little over 100th behind Ryder Engineering. Jan Korbs winding it up. Was this another good lap? It had to be. It was not. But he's got a chance to go back to pit lane, refuel, and give it one more solid shot. Giovannini for Unity Racing by Venom. 6th fastest. Couple of Porsches up here in the top 10. Wanting to contend here. Giovannini clipped the grass, knew it. Will reset. We'll take the time to reset now while he can. MRT by Fields. What a wild. They went from 24th to 5th with 1 lap. how important qualifying is. Equally, you can sort of say that that's why qualifying isn't so important. You can, one lap pace does not determine a 6-hour event. It is crazy how competitive it already is at the top of the board. And again, the race isn't until another 5-6 minutes away. 5 minutes left here in qualifying. Zaleski, he's got to stay running on track. You can't just rest on your laurels at all, because you know the car you're competing with right now is in the exact same equipment. They're both in the Acura. Valoris number 50 machine, top of the board, but that Rider Engineering Acura not far behind. It's all very interesting, very interwoven. Again, we're looking at the GTP classes they qualified. The fastest class on track. 3 classes: GTP, GT3 Pro, GT3 AM. If you're in GTP, you're among the best. A lot of quick drivers in this field for 6 hours of racing coming up. Zaleski will give up some time here, trying to, I think, wind it down. Jan Korb's back out on track, 76 for Rider Engineering. This is such a special event. Again, in 3 weeks' time, we will see the 8 Hours of Monza for the Platinum Endurance Championship, the second race of the season. Jan Korbs trying to kick it off with a pole position if he can. Accurate at the front of the field. Zaleski exiting pit lane now. He's reset. Gonna give it one more shot as well to secure pole position here in Daytona. 3 minutes to go. GTP cars, once time expires, will be allowed to finish their lap. So realistically, there's 3 laps on the table. Most teams have taken 2. So realistically, you can go out. If you were leaving at the 37-minute mark exactly, you go out, have your warm-up, then 2 flying laps. On the board, Jan Korbs. That was his warm-up complete. He's got 2 flying laps here. So he's timed it pretty well perfectly, Jan Korbs has, to try to go after this pole position that is eluding him right now by a little over a tenth. 1400ths on the table around this just under 3.6 mile road course, where time is so hard to find. The top 3 still extremely tight. Thomas in the Magico 55 camp. Wild stuff there. Jan Korbs throwing it through the bus stop there. That's a place where, again, you have to be careful, because if you touch the grass, it's an invalidation and your lap time won't count. He knows that. He's lost more than one of his laps to that, but he's got to throw it to the, really kind of just throw it to the skies here. Jan Korbs. This will be his final lap. This will be his final lap. That last lap did not count because of the bus stop. Thomas is in pit lane. His qualifying is over. But the 3 behind him, Old Firm Racing Purple, MRP by Fields, and Unity Racing by Venom Yellow, as Korbs goes off track. Zaleski gets the skate home pretty well scot-free. with pole position. On debut, it's Lureski and Project Valoris at the front of the field to lead this field of green. Outstanding stuff. Lureski comes across to finish qualifying. And it's a good run for Lureski. 1:30.027. He'll take fastest lap to boot. Julian Harmon had the ability to sort of to take this last lap. Again, looking for third place, or if he can get on the front row. He's close to it. Very close to it. But that's where it gets the most frustrating. You're looking for less than 100th to try to get to the front row. Lureski found enough pace to clear by almost half a second at the very end of qualifying. What can Harmon do? For Old Firm Racing Purple, can it be an all-debutant front row? It's on Harmon to make it happen. To the bus stop, where time can be gained and lost so easily. Looked pretty good there. Whether that's good enough for a front row, we'll find out. But we're playing millimeters and microseconds at the front of the field. Harmon will throw it away. Not good enough. Alvarez will finish his lap. And that was a decent lap, but not enough to get anywhere. He'll stay 16th. And that'll do it for qualifying. Absolutely outstanding stuff. Qualifying is complete as we get ready to go. "58 cars on track for tonight's event here in Daytona. As we wait for it all to really come to here. And as we pull everything up here real quick, again, this is Daytona International Speedway, the 3.6 mile road course, or about 5.7 kilometers a lap here around Daytona. Weather cannot be much more perfect. The wind's gone down. The coastal breeze has gone down a couple kilometers an hour, as has the humidity. Humidity was about 50%. Now it's about 48%. So humidity's gone down across the board here as we get ready to go. So let's walk into it. This is the starting grid. Lureski will get us started at the front of the field. It's an all-Acura front row with Lureski and Jan Korbs for Project Valoris and Ryder Engineering. Norbert Thomas and Old Firm Racing Purple in row 2. Norbert Thomas and Julian Harmon in that row. MRP by Fields Academy in row 3 alongside Unity Racing by Venom, as we continue to browse a little bit further on down the order here. A lot of debutantes. Team TeamRedX.com SimSport in this field. Unity Racing, their second car there as well. Barato behind the wheel. Really Slow Motion Racing, one of those cars we've seen before. Istvan Deci behind the wheel there. Metrico 56 with Nicholas Gessner behind the wheel. Some very familiar names as we get ready to go. Then we get through into the GT3 category. Lorenzo Castellani, Vladislav Shopov, front of the field there in GT3 Pro. Then it's Ryder Engineering and Limimishk alongside Charlie Nilsson. Hugo Valentin and Sergey Blum in row number 3 in GT3. Then it's Alberto Moreno and Yuri Krek in row number 4. Amar Garad and Isaac Arvidsson in row number 5. Martin Kovac and Kiko Lakai in row 6 as we continue to browse through the field here. This is all GT3 Pro. Again, 58 cars. It is a wild time across the board. And then you get into the GT3 AM, Milo Spielman, who, by the way, starting this race 8th overall in GT3. That's insane. Paul Krause alongside him, also insane. A couple of very good drivers leading the way in GT3 AM, trying to lead it for the team. 5 rows of cars in GT3 AM as we get ready to go. A little bit of latency again, 58 cars on track as we get ready to go. A lot of latency here. We'll see if we can fix that real quick. And we will get it fixed here, just in time. Latency goes away here. Here we go. Green flag in the air. And here comes the start of the Platinum Endurance Championship season. Zloreski leads the way with Korbs in second, Thomas in third. A little bit of latency here. Again, 58 cars taking the green flag here. And a little bit of latency as we get ready to go here. But so far, things look pretty otherwise orderly. Looks like there could be issues a little bit further down here. A lot of trouble here, especially in GT3. Let's try to get things situated here. Yeah, having latency issues here. We apologize for the inconvenience on that. No latency, no disconnect issues as far as our Twitch. So this is a client-side issue we're dealing with at the moment. Still dealing with some latency issues here. Looks like that's still resolving itself. Let's pull it back up here. Looks like it's taken care of now. Apologies for the inconvenience there. Now it looks like we're good to go. Again, a very tense couple laps, 58 cars. Takes a little bit of work to get all coordinated here. Zloreski continues to lead the way in GTP while we get to work here. Jan Korbs in second place for Ryder Engineering, then Norbert Thomas in third. Julian Harmon stays in fourth. The top 6 in GTP are where they started this race. Looking a little bit further down, looks like it could be issues here a little bit further back in the order. Indeed it is. Lorenzo Castellani leads the way, though, in GT3 Pro. You see the latency again. Clusters of cars all across the world racing together. Castellani, Shopov, Nilsson, top 3. As racing continues here. And again, it's a very intense beginning of this race. And it will continue to be pretty intense here. Car leaving pit lane, that is Thomas Sengelboeuf for Team FFSR. Coming out of pit lane early. So already early trouble for one of the GTP cars. Trying to get out of pit lane before the GT3s get back to him. There they are, right there. Zaleski leads the way in GTP. Then it's Thomas who's moved to second place over Jan Korps. And for the back, Paul Munn behind Julian Harmond. A lot of latency as cars cycle in and out here. A lot of cars in pit lane. Enosis Esports. Roman Ortiz behind the wheel in pit lane. Matt Cuso for Expedited Racing GT3 in pit lane as well. So some early trouble here. Zaleski, really interesting line there. Car exiting pit lane. Zaleski continues to lead the way. Then it's Thomas and Korps. Again, having a little bit of technical issues here. Seems like it's a connection issue. Again, European servers with a bunch of different cars around the world. Hoping that it resolves itself here shortly. Cars on track here. Thomas getting around some of the GT3 cars. They've already started reaching GT3 cars in less than 10 minutes of racing. That is the insane thing about this. Trying to get things resolved here again. It's 58 cars, not easy. Series staff confirming that there is a larger internet issue at hand. So larger connection issues at hand here. That being said, the field's handling it pretty well. If they're having issues, they're the ones that have to deal with actually being in the car and moving around 57 other cars at any given time. And you see where the latency really comes into play here, and you see how much it's slowed up. How much it is really slowed up. That is Norbert Thomas second place, and that's why. You want to talk about the issues that Thomas just faced? We just saw what that's like for the drivers, what that means for the drivers. Nightmare scenario. Thomas now has damage on that 55 machine. But that's what that means when you have internet issues like what we have right now that we're definitely really could just push through. With 58 cars, unfortunately not everything gets to go through smooth. Thomas's car, you can see there's a little bit of damage there on that right front where there was contact as everyone just tries to make their way through. Second fastest, Norbert Thomas. Jan Korps in third. It is Jacob Zaleski, top of the board. See if these issues begin to fade away a little bit. As our Technic, that blue and yellowish car, being passed now by Norbert Thomas. Jan Korps in third. It is all about Jacob Zaleski, center of your screen. He has done an outstanding job so far. The 50 car, start on pole position, pole on debut for Project Valorous. 3 cars in this field for that team. They've got pole position as well as 6th place at the moment, and intending to work even further. Again, outstanding stuff. Norbert Thomas second fastest, Jan Korps in third. Again, they're all having to navigate this GT3 traffic. And when you have the connection issues that exist right now that we've already seen so far in this race, on top of 58 cars crammed into a less than 4-mile track, 60 cars at a track like Le Mans or the Nürburgring is already bad enough. Let's throw 60 on that. It becomes a disaster. And that's where we're at right now. Jan Korbs, third fastest at the moment. And having to navigate cars in a very tight part of the track there, approaching the first horseshoe. Doing a great job of it so far. We're going to step aside for one last chance to really make sure we have this, as far as our issues concerned on our end, to make sure that it's taken care of. We're going to step aside one more second here to make sure that everything's taken care of on our end, because we are getting reports that it is a wider AWS server issue potentially. So we're going to do one more check on our end to make sure that our side's good. Otherwise, we'll just have to kind of deal with the client-side issues that are existing until they're resolved. So give us 1 second. All right, so we can confirm we've done everything on our end that we can possibly do here. So there's nothing we can do on our end to possibly make this any better. So it looks like the wider issues we have going on at the moment, we just have to really deal with. And so will the drivers. We'll move forward to the front of the field. Jacob Zloreski still leads the way. Wider spread issues at play. And you see what the latency looks like now. Once again, back in full force. Thomas and Korbs front and center on all of this. Giovannini in fourth for Unity Racing by Venom. Again, the issues continue to persist here. We'll see if we may have to see if we can turn down the amount of cars we're seeing just to minimize the amount of latency we're seeing here. Because this is intense. Even just for us, it is intense. It is absolutely intense. So we're going to go ahead and see if we can turn that down. See if we can get our production to turn that down just a little bit. Just to get away from that latency that we're seeing. Or see if we can possibly make it any better, because that is absolutely it's very intense, very hard to visualize. See if we've minimized that a little bit. Again, still not the greatest, but again, that's everything we can do on our end. So again, larger client-side issues going on right now that they're racing through. I don't think any teams have been disconnected from the event. I'll have to wait for maybe see if that can be confirmed or not. But so far, a very rough time period to kick off this race. Obviously, momentous possible event here, but so many issues. So we get ready to go here. I appreciate everyone's patience as we try to figure this out. It seems like it's back and forth. Yeah, some periods where it's calm and okay, and other periods where it's not. So obviously this is an ongoing issue at the moment. Loreski doing his best to lead through it. Thomas has some clean space in second place. Jan Korps for Red Engineering in third. Loreski leads the way for Project Valorous in that number 50 machine. Norbert Thomas in second. Again, latency seems to be getting a little bit better. Jan Korps in third. Eris Giovannini in fourth. There's Gianpaolo Filippo Cristini in fifth. Julian Harmond in sixth. Ton of latency. Giovannini in fourth place for Unity Racing by Venom. Gianpaolo Cristini in fifth for 07 Racing, their GTP team. Let's see if we can move down and look at the GT3 team. Obviously, latency being an issue. Let's see if we can at least pan down and look and see where the 201 is of Lorenzo Castellani. Castellani on track here. And Mercedes leading the way in GT3 Pro. Tie battle, as you can see here. Castellani, Shopov, Nilsson, the top three. Lemishk in fourth. Then it's Valentin in fifth. Latency seems to be a little bit better in GT3, apparently. Not seeing nearly the latency issues we saw before. Castellani in the lead of this race for 07 Racing. There's the latency again. Castellani in the lead of this race, with Shopov in second, Nilsson in third. It's 07 Racing, Native Delta by Bueller's, and RPM Racing top three. Lemimeshk for Rider Engineering leads the way here. Lemimeshk, the former GT3 AM champion, moved to GT3 Pro with Rider Engineering Esports in their GT3 Pro program. Sitting fourth fastest at the moment, right there in line with the leaders in GT3 Pro. Hugo Valentin for Project Valorous Academy, the 253 team, in fifth. Alberto Moreno sits sixth fastest at the moment. Then it's Sergi Blum in the seventh position for One Motorsport. Amari Garad in the eighth position for Old Firm Racing White. Pedro Oliveira Vigario for AZR Motorsport in ninth. Then you have Milo Spielman leading for Lithium Motorsports in GT3 AM. He started this car, qualified this car, but he's limited to how much time he can spend in it. Mark Schwartz in Team RaceGetter.de, the black car for that team, in 10th in GT3 Pro. just behind just behind Milo Spielman for Lithium Motorsports. Harley Smith for Outrun Berserk, sitting 11th. Then it's Carlos Casino for SR Technic in 12th. Marco Mendez for Co Motorsports in 13th. Then you have Paul Kraus for Team RaceGetter.de, the blue, the AM car, sitting in the second position in AM, 15th overall in GT3. Castellani leads the way. In GT3 Pro, it's a very tight battle between Castellani and Shopov. A little more latency here. Seems like the latency is not entirely over with. To the front of the field. More latency going on here is Loreski, Thomas, Corbs, Giovannini, as they catch up and try to get through GT3 field once again. Zareski and Thomas lead the way, but Zareski's got a 3-second advantage over Thomas here. Corb's in third, 1.6 behind, and then Giovannini's sitting way further behind here, about 5 seconds adrift of Corb's. GTP has kind of separated itself out a lot in this run. Not nearly as put together as the GT3 pack is. Castellani, Shopov nose to tail, and not far behind is Nilsson, Mishk, and Valentin. So it is a tight battle here. And they know it is. Valentin sitting in 5th in GT3 Pro at the moment as things stand. As all these cars go by on your screen here. Right over with Valentin. Right behind the 276 Lemon Mishk. AMG on board here with Valentin for Project Valorous Academy. Car in pit lane, Gianpaolo Filippo Cristini for 07 Racing in pit lane. That's an early pit stop for 07 Racing, not a planned pit stop. That could change some things going into this the latter half of this first hour. Prototype cars going through there. That was the race leader, by the way, that was going through. You'll see Thomas come up here very shortly. On the right-hand side of your screen, just blow by here. Looks like he actually may be on the left side of your screen. There goes Thomas and Corbs. Talk about how far apart they were. Now they're really close together because of the traffic that they were in. Thomas and Corbs. Very well clear here. And you can see that the latency that you saw there on that run through the back front straightaway, the latency that drivers are dealing with, it is not universal. Drivers like Castellani seem to be dealing with a lot less of it, which is very important, very critical. When some drivers like Norbert Thomas, who is in Central Europe, could be dealing with it more. Zloreski, also one of the drivers that could be dealing with it a lot more. Jan Corbs, Central Europe as well. Jan Corbs from Germany. Giovannini from France. That's Western Europe. Paul Munn from Iberia, from Spain and Portugal. Mark Roosendaal from Benelux, from the Netherlands, Luxembourg, and Belgium region. Regan Carty from the UK and Ireland. Felipe Silveira for Asia Motorsport from Iberia as well. Thomas and Corbs tied together pretty tightly here. Right on board with Corbs. Going through the bus stop there, you saw how tight he had to immediately snap that wheel to the left to get through that bus stop. Right on board with the Acura, the 76 for Ryder Engineering. Latency there for Jan Corbs. Get ideas how what it's like being in that car and how tight that view is for the 76 of Corbs. Narrow windows in that 76 machine. All those prototypes tightly compacted as far as the cockpit's concerned. Corbs third at the moment, staying right there with Thomas. Giovannini in the number 9 machine, sitting in 4th. And a lot of these drivers already have plenty of practice here. Plenty of practice. From the 24 Hours of Daytona that was done last month. Going here into the 6 Hours of Daytona here tonight. 18 laps completed so far in 26 minutes. Loreski's been pretty well on fire to kick off this race. 6 seconds the gap now after 18 laps. Loreski still leads the way. A little further down, you still have to look at drivers like Lorenzo Castellani, who sits at the front of the field in GT3 Pro. Trouble. Cars behind, in trouble. Looked like that was Pablo Oliveira that was in trouble there. .07 Racing, the 23 of the 201. .23 of Gianpaolo Cristini. Getting around his teammate there, sister car for Castellani. And again, tight space here in GT3 Pro with Castellani, Shopov, and Nilsson so close together, as well as Michigan Ballantine, who have remained inseparable in that top 5. Power 5 group right now lead the way in GT3 Pro. Again, tight-knit group. Tight-knit class overall in GT3. As racing continues to proceed here. Castellani continues to try to hold on to this lead in GT3 Pro. Shopov continues to be a threat. Continues to be an absolute threat here. As GTP cars continue to try to slice their way through this field. I believe that is the Team FFSR Porsche trying to make its way through. Thomas Senglebuff behind the wheel of that Porsche. It is Thomas Senglebuff for Team FFSR. Just now getting through 19th place for Senglebuff at the moment. Castellani first in GT3, 23rd overall. Couple of GT3s, a couple of GTPs in pit lane. Regan Carty for Team Redex, the 86, and Nicholas Gessner for the Magico 56 crew on pit lane at the moment, as is Lucas Budd for Virtual Insanity Racing, the 301. People confirm for me that there was an incident there for Virtual Insanity Racing. Yeah, latency affecting parts of this lobby right now. Whether or not it's affecting what parts of Europe it's affecting, parts of North America it's affecting, we'll find out here. A lot of different drivers, a lot of different countries involved here. And everyone just kind of putting down what they can over the last 30 minutes of racing here. Was not noticed in qualifying. So something that was new to the start of the race. Vladislav Shopov in second place at the moment. Again, Power 5 at the front of the field in GT3. Jacob Zlareski leads the way in GTP. Taking on another fragment of the GT3 field. Zlareski gotten free of that cluster of GT3 cars as Thomas and Corbs for Magic Arrow and Red Engineering have to go through it now. Then it's Giovannini, Paul Munn, Mark Rosendahl, and Julian Harmon, the top 7 in GTP. Car in pit lane, Hugo Preto leaving pit lane now. Going a lap down. Getting some repairs done. Castellani leads the way in GT3 Pro still. Milo Spielman leads the way in GT3 AM by a healthy amount. We have Paul Kraus for Team Race Getter in second. Castellani continues to lead the way here in GT3 Pro. For some, we're about to be approaching our first round of pit stops here in about 15 minutes. Obviously, some drivers had to take early pit stops anyway because of issues in the race so far. But for the leaders, at least at GTP, in the next 15-20 minutes, first pit stops will be occurring. Something to keep an eye on. Thomas and Corbs have both gotten a couple of seconds back on Zloreski. They were almost 7 seconds away. Now they're 4.4 seconds away. And gaining a little bit more and more. Yeah, and Corbs still trying to just hang in there at the moment. Tom Senglabuff just set his personal best lap, a 132.11. While entangled in a battle here with Vicente Lara. Vicente Lara has made his way through. GT3 leaders make their way around. Lonnie continues to lead the way in GT3, and again, it's all about this Power 5 that we're seeing right now. We're on board with Valentin. Good run of form here for Valentin. Project Valorous, or Valorous, excuse me. 25 feet, 3, the Academy car for GT3. Sitting right now 5th fastest, Valentin is. GTP's trying to slice their way on through. Three Mercedes, a Porsche, and a BMW in this top 5 in GT3 Pro as things run. Valentin 5th fastest. It is still Castellani for 07 Racing, the defending 2-time champions of the class. Leading the way. Native Delta by Buellers, who were denied a championship last season. In second with Vladislav Shopov behind the wheel. Charlie Nilsson for RPM Racing in 3rd. Ryder Engineering in 4th. Project Valorous in 5th. Alberto Moreno for Carbano Esports JD, the GT3 Pro team, in 6th. As everything continues here in Daytona. Move away up to Jacob Zloreski, who continues to lead the way. He's done an outstanding job so far, leading this race by 4.5 seconds right now, the gap. Project Valorous. Several cars in this field, 3 in GTP alone. Their Academy team in GTP, the 52 car with Rosendahl behind the wheel, sits 6th fastest at the moment. Thomas and Corbs, second and third at the moment. Paul Munn in fourth. Then it's Giovannini in fifth. Rosendahl coming up on that. That is the leader in GT3, Castellani. Seems like the issues have calmed down a little bit as far as what was latency there. So hopefully that is a good sign of things to come. It was a very hairy 40 minutes. It seems like the action has gotten a little bit better. Castellani, Shopov, Nilsson, Mishk, and Valentin, the top 5. Doing a routine check here. Milo Spielman for Lithium Motorsports, the AM class car for Lithium Motorsports, sitting in the first position in AM. Paul Kraus is in second, dealing with all the GTPs making their way through. Miroslav Sodorov for Neda Delta Academy, third in the AM class. Tane Hudson in the fourth position for TeamRed.com. There in the fourth position, Slippers Racing Team. Right there, Kevin Peters behind the wheel of that 399 machine. Lucas Derrickson for Unlucky Luck Racing. Lucas Derrickson in sixth as we sort of browse and peruse our way through the field here. Isaac Arvidsson, 15th place in GT3 Pro. Castellani here, with things looking a lot better on track. Oh, there's a little bit of latency there. Still, that was the show pop we saw blinking in and out. Still, it's not completely recovered yet, but it is getting better. Have to move our way back to the front of the field because is the Zloreski for Project Valorous, or Valorous. Project Valorous leading the way. Zloreski has opened up once again a 7.5 second gap. Not even close right now. There's Norbert Thomas and Jan Korbs. Jan Korbs still suffering a lot from the latency here, so latency definitely not out of the realm of operation here. Track here at the moment. Zloreski still leading the way. The way he just gains time is insane as he comes down pit lane here. So very strong in lap for Zloreski. Does Thomas and Korbs come in? Thomas does, so will Korbs, and they slam on the brakes there. That was wild. So Paul Munn for MRP by Fields Academy takes over the lead of the race at the moment as race continues on. Eros Giovannini for Unity Racing by Venom sitting in second. Julian Harmon in third for Old Firm Racing Purple. As pit stops continue for the leaders in GTP. Zloreski back out on track with some work to do. But he should inherit the race lead once again here. Again, all procedural. To keep an eye on when drivers make these pit stops. So it could be very important to keep an eye on when those pit stops occur and if anyone has to make a last-second pit stop to top off of fuel. Julian Harmon in pit lane now. Paris Bukavalis for Team Red X Academy stays out another lap here. So here at the race lead, number 87. Zloreski not far away. Just at pit entry now, and now at the start-finish line. That's how quickly he's getting to the field here. Castellani makes his way through. The race lead still in hand. Pit stops coming in a little bit later for GT3 Pro because they have a larger fuel cell. They have, I say, a little bit better tire wear because they're not going as quickly as the GTP cars. So they'll make their pit stops a little bit later on in this race. They usually pit about the hour mark here at Daytona. Expecting that to be about the same here. Shopov has fallen back a little bit by native Delta by Buellers. Was right on the bumper of Castellani. I think lap traffic or lead lap cars for GTP really separated the group here because Shopov now a little bit further away. While Nilsson also struggles to keep a hold of the slipstream of Shopov there. Then Valentin in fourth has gotten around Lemimishk. There's still work to do here. Zloreski's retained the race lead. He's returned to the point. Trying to make his way around some of the lap traffic here. Obviously, latency still being an issue for drivers and for staff. But everyone making it work. Hugo Preto in seventh, battling with Julian Harmon. This is XP. This is pick up the pace and Old Firm Racing going at it here for the sixth position. Porsche versus Cadillac at the front here in this battle for sixth. Yeah, Corbs did not have a really good pit stop here. From the second position down to 10th. Really bad pit stop there for Jan Corbs. 1 minute, 22 seconds. There had to have been some damage on that car from the opening salvo in this race for them to repair that. That's gonna hurt. Down in 10th place now, trying to gain all that time back. That's a lot of time lost already in this race. Compared to Zaleski, who has been pretty well on it all race long. Thomas in second, then it's Pullman in third. Castellani continues to lead the way in GT3 Pro. But there's still some fighting going on. This is Moreno and Garad battling for 6th, as well as Sergey Blum. Still latency going on here. Castellani, Shopov, Nilsson, Valentin, and Mishk, your top 5 in GT3 Pro. Zaleski continues to lead the way in GTP. 33 laps in, 51 minutes in here at Daytona. I'm going to take a chance. We've been live for about 2 hours now. We're going to take a time to step aside for a refreshment break here in commentary, see if we can figure out more of the technical issues that have been plaguing the broadcast so far, and for the drivers as well, see where the area is that it's been affecting. So we're going to step aside for a few minutes here. Coverage continues of the 6 hours of Daytona here on ABN1. Welcome back, everyone. Non-stop coverage here of the 6 Hours of Daytona continues on ABN Esports 1. We're an hour in, less than 5 hours to go. Keeping an eye right now on the 51 for Project Valorous. Christoph Jatura behind the wheel in the 11th position, battling with Thomas Sengelboff for Team FFSR. Pit stops have taken place for all 3 classes for the first time now. So we'll go through and we'll go through the top 10 for each of the 3 classes. We'll start top of the board. Start with Jacob Zaleski, still leading the way by 7.3 seconds over Norbert Thomas. Has led most of the laps of this race so far in GTP. Norbert Thomas has broken away from the field. We mentioned after that first round pit stops, Jan Korbs had a pit stop that was a lot longer than he anticipated it being. Went from 2nd and 3rd to 10th. Korbs now battling for the top 10 still. Thomas in 2nd, though, all by himself by about 15 seconds, looks like. All the way to the 3rd place, Paul Munn for MRP by Fields Academy. The Iberian driver leading the way for debuting team, the 75 car, sitting 3rd at the moment by 2.6 seconds over Eros Giovannini in Unity Racing by Venom. 4th place for the number 9 car. The number 10, Julian Harmon for Old Firm Racing Purple, sits in the 5th position at the moment. Pretty decent run so far for another debuting team, Old Firm Racing, having 2 cars in this field in varying classes. Pablo Alvarez for XBD Racing, was XBD Emerald Racing, now just XBD Racing GTP. Alvarez sitting in the 6th position, trying to make up ground on Harmon in that battle for 5th place. Hugo Preto for Pick Up the Pace, sitting in 7th. Pick Up the Pace, that Porsche moving pretty well at the moment. Losing time to Jan Korbs behind, but trying to gain on Pablo Alvarez. Jan Korbs for Ryder Engineering. Start at the front of the field on the front row. Now in 7th place, and actually now in 8th place after having to take repairs for damage received in the first stanza of this race. They sit 8th right now at the moment. Felipe Silveira for ASR Motorsport GTP, sitting in the 9th position. Not a bad run so far for them. 07 Racing, their GTP car, Gianpaolo Cristini, sits in the top 10. That's how the top 10 for that class looks so far. Looking in GT3 Pro, it's Lorenzo Castellani still leading the way pretty comfortably at the moment. Actually, excuse me, down in 3rd place. He was leading, but pit stops went a lot quicker for Charlie Lund Nielsen in RPM Racing. My apologies on that one. Charlie Nielsen Racing, a lot quicker pit stop there. 40 seconds the pit stop for Charlie Lund Nielsen in RPM Racing. One of the fastest pit stops of the race. Vladislav Shopov also in that range as well. They were battling for position before the pit stop. Now they're battling for the same position, but leading in GT3 Pro as they fight. Castellani, who took tires on that pit stop, ended up further behind, but has caught back up to the leaders. Top 3 in the class, still separated by less than 2 seconds at the moment. Hugo Valentin lost a little bit of time there to the race leaders. 4th place for Valentin for Project Valorous Academy. Lemmy Meshk for Ryder Engineering Esports GT3 in the top 5 still. But again, once you get outside the top 3, it's really spread out itself just a little bit in this run. Gerard Sardini Jr. for Carbono Esports JD GT3 Pro in 6th place. Then it's Sergi Blum for One Motorsport in 7th. 8th place, Guillermo Costa Reis. I believe the first driver change of the race. Costa Reis in the car now for ASR Motorsport in their pro car. Sebastian Heberer for Outrun Berserk in 9th. Then Lorenzo Strauch for Team RaceKitter.de, the black car. Being passed right now by 12 GTP. That is Marcel Rapauk from Lightbird Esports going by. That's your top 10 in GT3 Pro. Let's look at AM. Milo Spielman continues to lead the way in AM at the moment. and he's been pretty well untouchable at the moment. Paul Kraus, a little further behind, has not lost much more time than what the start of the race, but also hasn't been able to gain it back either. Kraus for race team getter.de Blue, sitting in the second position. Miroslav Sodorov in third for Native Delta Academy. That's where he started this race class-wise. That's where he stays. Tane Hudson for TeamRedX.com, their AM class car, sits fourth place. Several cars for Team Red X Racing in this field. Hudson just outside the podium at the moment, has gained 4 spots from where he started. Started this race 8 in class. Sergio Ochoa Esposito for Carbono Esports JD GT3 AM, the 366, has gained 2 spots in this race. Luke Tennyson, Unlucky Luke Racing, the 396 in 6th position, has lost 1 spot. Started in 5th, has only lost 1 spot. Not bad for that team debuting here at Daytona. Lucas Budd, the 301, issues early. Down in 7th place, the defending champions in GT3 AM. It doesn't get better the further down you go. Alex Dieter, Slippers Racing Team, in pit lane at the moment. Not a fun time there. David Narbonne just actually took 8th place away. Smurf Racing Team and the Audi R8 GT3 Evo, sitting in 8th place now. Nuno Tavares Barbosa in pit lane, the Asia Motorsport White Crew, last place in GT3 AM. Not last place overall. Several cars are out of this race basically effectively. Benjamin Bartero for Unity Racing by Venom, the yellow GTP, out, as is the Randall Racing GTP, it looks like. Never mind. Randall Racing is back on track. It just spent a lot of time in pit lane. Amari Garode for Old Firm Racing White is out, as is Strumenti DS Racing, as Tavares Barbosa comes back out on track. Zareski continues to lead the way. The rescue continues to battle his way through, now dealing with some lead lap GTP cars that he's trying to put a lap down. And that's where it gets a lot more difficult. You have GTP cars now that try to stay on lead lap. The rescue trying to put them a lap down. Let's go through the penalty list real quick. Race control has been pretty busy since the start of this race. Cars had to serve drive-thrus at the start for wrong car numbers. That was the Really Slow Motion Racing Team Red and the Team SR. That was in GTP, and then 3 cars in GT3. That's the XPD Racing GT3, the Enosis Esports GT3, and the Code Esport GT3. All of them had drive-thrus at the start of this race, as did the XPD Racing GTP car, the number 5, and the 219 Sim Race Sweden Esports. Drive-through for the number 8 Unity Racing by Venom Yellow Machine for contact in this race, as was a drive-through reported for the 231 Old Firm Racing White GT3, as well as the 288 Go Esports GT3 And the 320 A0 Motorsport White GT3 AM card, all of them had drive-throughs. The most recent penalty was the 264 Team Race Getter GT3 Pro car getting a drive-through penalty. That was announced 5 minutes ago. So that's the most recent penalty there for the field. Not that many penalties so far. A lot of drive-throughs at the start for procedural errors. So some penalties there, but not a lot. They're all calm and steady here. Again, continuous connection issues have plagued this event from the start. The field trying to go through it, though. Zareski. He's the lead here by 11 seconds now, the gap. We went through the full order of the field, at least the top 10 for each class. Hugo Preto in pit lane. Pick up the pace coming down pit lane now. Off Stephen pit stop here for Preto. So he'll drop out of the top 10 pretty quickly here. A couple of cars we want to kind of keep eyes on as well. Lars Watzig for Leipert Esports been very quiet. Team's been missing a little bit of pace here at Daytona. Slowly but surely gaining a little bit. Number 11 has up. He's gained 8 spots in this race. Started this race outside the top 20, now sitting 15th at the moment. Not a bad run so far for them. Really good battle here between Vicente Lara and Carbano Esports JD and Project Valorous. Christoph Shashura. Still side by side is Valorous and Carbano. Valorous gets the advantage at 51 over the 66. When you see that 290 behind, that's Istvan Danci for really slow motion racing. So battles here. This is outside the top 10. This is 11th, 12th, and 13th on track at the moment. Istvan Danci trying to find a way around Vicente Lara. And very tight window, but he does. Good move by Danci. So Danci up to 10th now, I do believe, in this process, with pit stops beginning, I believe. Once again, this is where it gets interesting because the pit stop window here technically opens here in about 3 minutes. That's where it gets really interesting. because the margin you want to try to hit is you want to try to get 45 laps to a stint. Not a lot of teams have done that so far. Through this here. It's Daytona again, keeping an eye on that 290, that's really slow motion racing red machine as Daytona tries to climb back through the field. It's been an up and down day for Daytona. Daytona behind the wheel there. A lot of cars have not even made their first driver swaps here in this race. A lot of people try to keep it simple here. Daytona behind the wheel. Loreski still leads the way in the class. Right on board with Daytona as he goes into the bus stop, trying to chase down Jachura. Another car in pit lane is Marcel Ropak for the number 12 Leipert Esports machine. In pit lane he comes. Dominic Facchette in for the Magico 56 machine. They did make an early driver change in this race. Facchette behind the wheel here. The Magico 56 crew not where they want to be pace-wise at all. Been a very disappointing day for them so far, especially knowing where their team car is, that 55, Norbert Thomas, up in second place at the moment. Thomas sitting right now in the second position. Still losing time to Zloreski. Zloreski is now 14 seconds clear. High banks. You see just how much banking these sports cars have to deal with here at Daytona. What is normal for the sports cars or for normal stock cars and open wheel machines in the United States, not so familiar and common for the sports cars. Some venues have tried to get a little bit closer to what Daytona provides. You look at thing about Zandvoort being one venue where that's a thing. But it's definitely not normal for some of these cars to handle all the banking that you see so regularly here at Daytona. Keeping an eye on things such as race control, see if there's any penalty reports that come out. Doesn't look like that's the case. It's a very busy pit lane though. A lot of teams with at least, it looks like a lot of teams at least have 3 drivers. See if I can spy with my little eye some potential driver changes coming here. Looks like on standby for the 299, the Core Motorsports machine. Marco Mendez and Orlando Tejero. In the 234 for Lithium Motorsports. They've got Zachary Livingood and Vincent Marsh. Philip Madsen currently in the car for Lithium Motorsports, their AM car, the 334. They've got Milo Spillman in the car, Philip Madsen on standby, I believe to be the next one in, and then Andre Campanholo in the car there. Thomas having to navigate smoke and GT3 cars in the 55 camp. We'll go ahead and browse and peruse the 55 camp here. I believe it's only 2 cars for the 55, Norbert Thomas and Aaron Avener, I believe. Verifying that, yeah, it's going to be Thomas and Avener splitting the car this race. So Thomas could go 3 hours here, and then Avener take over the second half of the race. The 56 has 3 drivers: Cohen Garretts, Dominic Paquette, who's in the car now, and then you have Patrick Silvazzi, who could be a 4th driver there if need be. Actually, no, Silvazzi took over the start. Team FFSR, the 99, Jonathan Berto and Thomas Sengelboth, the two drivers for that car. 86 Team Red X 86, it's Reagan Carty in the car now. Jonas Janum on standby. And again, this is important because some driver changes could begin as early as right now. Cesar Cabral in pit lane for Race 2 Esport, number 70. Any driver change here for Cabral. He's been in the car since the start. Not seeing any driver change going on right now for Cabral. Arthur Figueiredo would be the next driver in, based on what we're seeing in the driver lineup so far. Zloreski, the 50, currently running on track. It'd be Zloreski, and then Ryan Littlemore will be the next driver for Project Valorous. Ryan Littlemore did debut last season in the PEC, so he's made Platinum Endurance Championship starts, and now he'll be inheriting probably the best car in the field at the moment. At least looking at the pace right now, he'll be inheriting the race-leading GTP machine. The 51, Jatura is in the car right now. Peter Matuzek will be in the car next. That's not expected to happen anytime soon. Matuzak does not appear to be ready to jump in this time. That could be a move that is made at the 2-hour mark for the 51 Project Valorous car. 52, the Valorous Academy car, Jeffrey Arroyan, expected to be in that car for a little bit. Arroyan in the 52, sitting in 18th place at the moment, has already made actually still needs to make a pit stop here. Made a pit stop last on 37, needs to make another one. And we talk about Ryan Littlemore, pit stop coming in, Littlemore moving into that car. So it looks like 2 stints, then a driver swap here for Ryan Littlemore. Zloreski standing out of the way and recharging. Zloreski was part of the qualifying effort there for Project Valorous. Littlemore in the car now. So that is pretty well on point for Project Valorous at the moment. MRP by Fields Academy, 4 drivers in that group. So it is a rotating squad, and figure out if they're delegating to figure out who's going to be ready to take over for Paul Moon. Ricardo Fernandez, Martin Ray, and Christian Streidenberger available for that next step for MRP by Fields Academy. It's very easy to sort of imagine that is a one outing per driver run to split this race up into quarters. 90 minutes here would be a quarter. The 20 ASIO Motorsport GTP, Felipe Silveira in the car right now. Joao Rufino and Diogo Quaresma on standby for that car. So it looks like 2 hours per driver there. Randall Racing, they are still rolling at the moment. Tobias Marpert and Tobias Marpert's in the car right now. Florian Appenzeller set on standby here to take over as well. Norbert Thomas, does he hand over? He does hand over to Aaron Avener. So it's not a 3 hour straight run. Avener's going to take over for a couple stints for about an hour and a half, it looks like. So Avener's going to let go here and see what he can do in that 55 machine. Again, it looks like there's only 2 drivers in the 55 for this event. So the pressure is on. Ryan Littlemore going through oval turns 3 and 4. We'll get ahead of Avener pretty easily, you'd have to assume. It'll be interesting to see about the 9. That's going to be the thing that's really interesting to me. The 9. Giovannini, right now, in the car. Has been in the car for a little bit. Thomas Toulemond. If he jumps in, this will be his first start, his first appearance in the Platinum Endurance Championship. I don't know if he's ready to go or not yet. It doesn't look like he is. But that could change in the next 30 seconds to a couple minutes here. Avener's in for the 55. Littlemore's in for the 50. So it's all to play for right now. Again, we're after 90 minutes here at this point. And Giovannini will come in. It's a matter of if Toulemond is coming into that car for the 9 for Unity Racing by Venom or not. Looking at the 56, Dominic Fiquete, who I think had already made a driver, that team's already made a driver change with the 56 for Magic Arrow. Giovannini coming in. Is there a driver change for Unity Racing by Venom in that number 9 machine? It does not look like there is. Doesn't look like there is for the 75, Christian Schreidenberger, and for MRP by Fields Academy. So they did make a change there. The 9 did not. Giovannini will stay in. Julian Harmond now leads this race for Old Firm Racing and their GTP machine, the number 10. New drive-through, 2 of them. The number 20 ASGO Motorsport GTP and the 218 Simrace Sweden GT3. As you see the checkup here, massive checkup, GT3s and GTPs all over the place in the second horseshoe, now approaching the rejoin for the oval. Harmon gets through that pretty well clean. Car that did not get through that very well clean is the 07 Racing car with Alessio Bonino behind the wheel, the number 23. But a couple of newly announced drive-through penalties for incidents on track. And it's 20 Asia Motorsport GTP and the 218 Simrace Sweden Esports Academy GT3 machine. In comes Harmon. Is this going to be a driver change? After saying this may not be. If it is, it'd be back to Randy Martin. And it is. 2 drivers for this car right now. Ryan Littlemore on track already, back in the race lead. Did not take long for Ryan Littlemore and Project Valorous number 50 to get to the front of the field again. little more trying to build on the success that was given to him in that driver change. Avenir gaining a little bit of time, but again, it's all marginal at the moment. So far, looking at this event, again, it's all about what Littlemore can do with the gap that was given to him by Jacobs Loreski. Littlemore now running on track right now. Avenir pushing a little more on the pace at the moment. Has gained about a half a second so far, and that's easy to, it's easier said than done when you think about the gap that Avenir has to make up is over 13 seconds. Easier said than done by every stretch of the imagination. But now Avenir's dealing with traffic, so it's going to kind of balance itself out here pretty easily here. But for Ryan Littlemore, his objective is simply handle the traffic that comes his way. Right now on track, leading the way. 61 laps completed here in 97 minutes of action at Daytona. Avenir losing a lot of time now. Now it's over 14 seconds the gap. Move on down a little bit. We'll focus on GT3 for a little bit here. Castellani has gotten ahead of Shopov once again. RPM Racing continues to lead the way with Charlie Nilsson behind the wheel still. Valentin, Zardani, and Mishk now in this mix. Mishk has lost a spot to Zardani in Carbano Esports JD GT3 Pro. So now the pressure's on Lemmy Mishk, former GT3 AM champion, to try to make some magic happen. And again, easier said than done when you think about how hard it is to gain time and find time at this track. But his target's right in front of him, with Zardani right there, less than 3/10 away. You see latency now back once again in full force. See if we can focus on the Spaniard there, Zardani. You can tell that the latency is affecting some drivers more than others. Gerard Zardani not affected by the latency that's been plaguing most of the race so far. Gerard Zardani in the 5th position, trying to hold on to it. Had a Mishk and Sergey Blum, the G24 for One Motorsport at the moment. GTP car goes through there. Pretty easy, straightforward work. Not many retirements in this race yet. More cars coming up pit lane though. The Project Valorist Academy number 52 in the 17th, 18th. Fabio Salvatierra pick up the pace in pit lane as well. So get more pit stops there. 22 GTP still rolling on track. Pretty good rate there for continued racing for the GTP class. As everything continues here on ABN1. Still a long race to go. Gerard Sardani in the 5th spot. Mishklis to the outside. As GTPs make their way through. Mercedes continue to lead the way. So Mercedes 1-2 at the moment. Lorenzo Castellani, the defending series champions there with 07 Racing. Following behind, Charlie Lunde Nielsen in RPM Racing. Vladislav Shopov for Native Delta Bueller still in the top 3 right there in this group. They remain really tight-knit and close together. Really good group overall in this running so far. A little further down the order, Paul Kraus closing in a little bit on Milo Spielman. That's Team RaceGetter.de and Lithium Motorsports being closed in there. There's Paul Kraus, center of your screen. Milo Spielman in the bus stop. Still some steady work being done there by Spielman and by Kraus in GT3 AM. See what cheering on Red X in this field. Red X has got several cars in the field. None of them quite near the front of the field just yet in this fight. For everyone just now tuning in, welcome to the 6 Hours of Daytona, the season opener for the 5th season of the Platinum Endurance Championship. It's been a technical issue, profound affair in Daytona. Latency issues, connection issues have been abundant amongst this 58-car field, but they pressed on, and the racing so far has been pretty well outstanding. Not many incidents to report on, not many retirements to report on either. Of the 58 that started this race, 54 cars still rolling in this event in some degree. Only 4 retirements in the first 100 minutes. It's a really good look so far. Allows drivers to really kind of work it out here. And it also helps that this race, this track was present as part of a 24-hour race back in January. A lot of the drivers in this field got a lot of practice a few weeks ago. Charlie Nilsson continues to lead the way there for RPM Racing. 2 debuting teams trying to make the most of the situation and try to take wins to kick off the season. Castellani in 2nd place, staying very close behind. This is the lead of GT3 Pro that we're looking at right now with Nilsson and Castellani and Shopov in the mix. Ryan Littlemore, the GTP race leader, the overall race leader in the 50 for Project Valorous. Dealing with traffic, both GTP and GT3. This tries to put more of his competitors a lap down. That is Jonathan Berteau for Team FFSR. among those trying to avoid going a lap down. Yeah, lightning quick GTP cars running on track at the moment as race continues on. Approaching the 1/3 mark, we hit the 2-hour point. Be 1/3 of the way through this race. For most people, most teams have already seen a driver change, but there's still some that are waiting until that 2-hour mark to make a change. Mostly in the GT3 category. Some big time changes coming here, I believe, in the next 20 minutes or so, when those GT3 class cars do make their pit stops. So, some work to do. I see a lot of the field still working together in this event at the moment. A little bit of spacing out continuing here. We'll pivot towards Milo Spielman. Lithium Motorsports AM class car leading the way. Has been basically uncontested so far in this event. And in comes Spielman. AM class car comes in a little bit early too. It's a little bit early of a pit stop call there for Spielman, but in he comes. And to be fair, this could be a driver change for Spielman. And it is Philip Madsen in the car. Madsen back in. Paul Kraus also coming in here. Did Paul Kraus get a driver change? We're going to find out. So the two leading cars in GT3 AM, they've used their ace in the hole. Madsen had a really good advantage there going in. Does Paul Kraus also have to come out of that car? He will come out of that car. Janice Rode in that car now. Miroslav Sotorov now in the lead of this race. So Sotorov leads the way in GT3 AM for Native Delta Academy. And he can stay out for a little bit longer. The other two had to come in because they were at the edge of the driver limit for the gold drivers in the class. And for those not familiar with the AM class, you can only use the gold drivers for so much of a race. Milo Spielman and Paul Kraus are both GTP drivers. They're both gold drivers that are able to compete in the GTP class. So they're gold. 100% they are gold class drivers. But, obviously with the huge shakeups we've seen so far with this being a shorter race, it was a lot more served putting those drivers in the GT3 AM cars. That strategy changes because there's no drivers championship. It's a team's championship game. It's all about the cars. So it's better to put the team in a good position for the AM class car than to just try to stack up the cars when you know you're going to have 2, maybe 3 drivers at most for a race like this, and for a race like in 3 weeks at Monza. It's a way different conversation there. So Spielman spending some time in the GT3 AM car has served his commitments to that car for this race. And now it'll be on Philip Madsen and company to try to carry that Lithium Motorsport AM car back to the front of the field. Sodorov gets to kind of play with house money now, because the two cars that were working the most against him have had to make an earlier pit stop and now have a deficit to make up across the next 4 hours of this race. Easier said than done when it comes to fuel saving, especially. That could be a nightmare. So Sodorov is hoping to stay out of the way of trouble here. That was one of the Carbano eSport cars. That was the GT3 car that was getting out of the way amongst the onslaught of GTPs and other GT3s on track here. As everything continues here in Daytona. For those wanting to access the ABN Discord, I'll have to post the link manually because our Discord link broke a couple weeks ago. We just haven't updated it yet. And here comes Sodorov in pit lane, not far behind. This is another pit stop because they can go about an hour exact. Sodorov not going that far. Lorenzo Castellani's gotten back to the race lead in GT3 Pro. Castellani on track at the moment. He's caught up to Vladislav Shopov once again. Shopov got around there. Sneaky little pass. But now trying to make something more of it. Getting about 7 minutes away from the 2 hour mark in this race. GT3 Pro continues to be the closest battle on track at the moment as things continue to run. 3 cars really close in that fight. One of them has come down pit lane. The other 2 not far away from a pit stop here as things continue to run. And again, it's very important. These 2 cars, Shopov and Neda Duttleby Bueller's and the 07 Racing team with Castellani. Both of them coming down pit lane at the exact same time. And both of them have very close pit stops, and Shopov overran his box. And that's going to be super important. Castellani out, Alex Khan in. Neda Duttleby Bueller's also made a pit stop. Chris Frazilov in pit lane in the car now as well. So driver changes all aboard as we kind of expected. 2 hours would be about the limit for some of these drivers here. Alex Khan and Chris Frazilov in the car now. RPM Racing. Rasmus Justond in the car now. Frazilov and Khan coming out of pit lane now. Where does Rasmus join the group? Perhaps it's time to begin again this battle for the lead in GT3 Pro. Again, you're not missing a whole lot at the front of the field. Project Valorous leads the way. Ryan Littlemore in that car now, the 50 and the front of the GTP field. Rasmus ends up right in the middle of it all. right behind Fraslov, but ahead of Alex Cowan. For 07 Racing, so right smack dab in the center of it all. Really good stuff here, and it's going to be another tight fight as drivers have to get readjusted now. That's a really good thing for Rasmus, that he's had a chance to really calibrate himself in and dial himself in so far in this run. Checking race report. Note that nothing from race control to note of at the moment. So everything continues as they are right now. Again, 3-car battle here at the front of the GT3 Pro field. Philip Madsen once again in the lead. Lithium Motorsports continuing to control GT3 AM at the moment, but again, the gold cars, the gold drivers that are in those cars are out, so that could change the dynamic of those cars completely. And obviously still a lot of race left to go as we approach the 1/3 mark. Still have a little over 4 hours left in this race. A lot of racing to go. One of those cars coming in, I think that is the Smurf Racing Team Audi coming in pit lane. Lithium Motorsports leading the way in AM class at the moment as things run. Connection issues. I mean, a little bit. The example of the connection issues that I've been dealing with all race long, rearing its head there for a moment as well. Chris Fraslov leads the way still, but again, 3 cars in a really close fight for the class lead. As the battle continues on here in Daytona, Ryan Littlemore and Team Valorous leads GTP. Chris Fraslov and Nate Delta Bullers lead GT3 Pro, and Lithium Motorsports lead GT3 AM with Philip Madsen behind the wheel. To the 2-hour mark in about a lap's time. RPM Racing has gotten ahead. You saw that pass there through the infield. Rasmus, he's stolen behind the wheel, the 210 for RPM Racing. RPM Racing leads the way and trying to now extend a gap. Something that could not be done in the first 2 hours of this race. Seeing if you can do it now. As everything continues here on ABN1. We're going to step aside for our second refreshment break. Don't go anywhere, non-stop coverage continues here on ABN1 of the 6 hours of Daytona. Racing continues here on AVN 1. It is the 6 hours of Daytona. We're over 2 hours in. Ryan Littlemore and Project Valorous lead the way in GTP over Jan Korbs and Ryder Engineering. Pit stops underway for GTP class cars for the third time in this race. GTP cars pitting about every 40 to 45 minutes. Ryan Littlemore doing a fantastic job at the moment of just leading the way. It's a little bit more competitive in the GT3 class field. Alex Cowan and 07 Racing, the defending series champions in GT3 Pro, lead the way over Rasmus Justond in RPM Racing. Chris Frazeloff and Nathan Delta by Bueller sit in the third position. Then it's Sergey Blum in One Motorsport in fourth in GT3 Pro. Janice Road for race getter Blue in the lead of GT3 AM. Then it's Philip Madsen in Lithium Motorsport AM in second. Looks like could be trouble there with Philip Madsen. Philip Madsen actually is in still the race lead. Apologies on that one. Took us a little bit to get that right. Philip Madsen with the Motorsport AM lead the way. Then it's Janice Road and Team Race Getter Blue in second. Time to do our hour by hour rundown through the field. We'll start with Ryan Littlemore and Team Valorous. Team Valorous leads the way in GTP. Doing an outstanding job so far, but in pit stops needed by most of the field here. As you look throughout this racing field, you have to look all the way down here. Christian Streidenberger for MRP by Fields Academy has done a lot to gain time up to third behind Eris Gioannini and Unity Racing by Venom. Jan Korbs up to the fourth position. Was start in the front row, but dropped down to 10th after having to repair damage early in this race. Now, just trying to recover and do the best that he can to put himself in a better spot. But again, that's something that's easier said than done. Jan Korbs in the fourth position. Then it's Randy Martin in Old Firm Racing Purple in the top 5. And actually, here comes Jan Korbs down pit lane. So Randy Martin and Old Firm Racing Purple will take over position here, number 4. Not a bad run so far for them. Pablo Alvarez in XPD Racing GTP in the 6th position. As we run throughout the order here, Alvarez also in pit lane. Josh Tucker filling in, taking over the Ryder Engineering car. In their pit stop here, Istvan Deci for Really Slow Motion Racing Red, staying out on track right now. But yeah, pit stop's underway, so everyone's going to make a pit stop here at some point in the next 5 minutes. Felipe Silveira for Asia Motorsport White coming down pit lane. Jonathan Berteau for Team FFSR in 6th at the moment, now of 13 spots, but again, pit stops will balance things out here as we continue to go through this race. Eris Gioannini will take over the lead of the race. Ryan Littlemore on pit lane for Team Valorous. A little further down, this is Alex Cowan in the GT3 Pro race lead, leading the way over Rasmus Justond for RPM Racing. Chris Frazeloff for Native Delta by Bueller's. Sergey Blum for One Motorsport has not had a driver change yet in this race. Needs one, but has not had one yet. And with where everything's looking at the moment, it will be a while before a pit stop does come and take place. So Sergio Blum right now in 4th position for One Motorsport. Not a bad run so far. Again, GTP cars going through their pit stop cycles right now. Pedro Oliveira Vigario for A0 Motorsport in 5th. Michael Shade for Ryder Engineering Esport took over for Lenny Mishk on that last cycle of pit stops. 6th at the moment for Ryder Engineering in their Esports GT3 car. Jiri Krek in the Outrun Berserk number 208 machine, sitting 7th in class there. Hugo Valentin in 8th for Project Valorous' Academy 253 machine. Valentin started this race in that car, has not made a driver change yet. Marco Lettenbauer for Firefly Esports has gained 12 spots. Doing an outstanding job so far in the top 10, sitting 9th. Alberto Moreno for Carbono Esports JD GT3 Pro rounds out the top 10 in GT3 Pro. In GT3 AM, Philip Madsen continues to lead the way for Lithium Motorsports in AM. Janice Road for Team Race Getter in 2nd place. Miroslav Sotorov for Native Delta Academy sitting in 3rd place at the moment. Tane Hodson for Team Red X sitting in 4th. 5th is Alberto Alien for Carbono Esports JD AM. Luke Tayunison for Unlucky Luke Racing in 6th. Lucas Budd for Virtual Data Racing not having a great time in pit lane at the moment, just going through regular service right now in that 301 machine. The defending series champions in GT3 AM sitting 7th at the moment. Stefan Henrique for Smurf Racing Team, the Audi, in 8th place at the moment. 9th place, Artur Gardino for A0 Motorsport White, still rolling on track in 9th place at the moment. And we have our first retirement in the class. Slippers Racing Team out of the race after 69 laps. Yeah, waiting for pit stops to take place here. Giovannini staying out on track at the moment. Giovannini expected to make a pit stop here soon. Old Firm Racing Purple, the 10 car in pit lane now, as is Christian Schreidenberger for MRP by Fields Academy. Traffic all over the place here through the bus stop. As racing continues on. Giovannini comes down pit lane now. Ryan Littlemore on the back straightaway, coming towards the bus stop now. A lot of work to do. Littlemore will take over the race lead once again. Littlemore on track at the moment to have about a 16-second lead if things look correctly on our end here. Actually, it'll end up being a lot more than that. It'll end up being about 30 seconds. That's the gap that Project Valorous has put together here. Absolutely wild stuff so far for Project Valorous. It couldn't be much better of a debut right now for them. That's how things have run so far. Giovannini again down by 33 seconds. Have to really look at battles here between Project Valorous' number 51 car, the second car, and Team FFSR. Porsche on Porsche at the moment. This is for the 11th spot. Peter Matuszek and Jonathan Berteau behind the wheel of those cars respectively at the moment. So in the 513 machine, 51, Peter Matuszek behind the wheel again, and that's just ahead of Berteau. Meanwhile, the battle for GT3 Pro continues to heat up here. Alex Cowan continues to lead the way over Rasmus Justolnd. Racing staying pretty up close and tight at the moment in the GT3 Pro category, as you'd expect. Pretty outstanding, both these Mercedes at the moment, still going at it. Continues to lead the way over Justolnd. Braslov has dropped off big time. Made it that the Bueller's now 10 seconds adrift of the lead battle. In the third position here for Native Buellers. Now a lot closer to Sergio Blum. It looks like Alex Cowan went below the old line trying to defend or trying to break the draft from Justolnd. Saw it flash. He was trying to enter pit lane for a second, which can definitely be a bit of a red flag. Count instead still leads the way here. A little bit more of a battle here. Looks like that is Alberto Moreno. This is a pro versus am battle because this is the Team Racegetter blue car. Janice Rode behind the wheel and Alberto Moreno just behind. This is not within the same class. This is GT3 Pro and GT3 am duking it out here separately, just kind of intermingling in the process here. Fabio Salvatierra and pick up the pace in pit lane now. Only one new penalty, looks like. Excuse me, two new penalties posted. Yesterday, the 213 had a drive-through after contact with the 219 Simray Sweden car. And the 229, not the 229, the 75 MRPY Fields Academy drive-through after contact with a GT3 car, it looks like. The two new drive-throughs reported, otherwise a very slow hour for race control. Race control having a pretty straightforward and easy day so far compared to what we saw last season. Last season it was a wild case. It seemed like it was getting wilder and wilder as the season went on. Now, looks pretty well settled here. It looks up. I say that, and another penalty just came through. This one a little bit more extensive. The 264 Team Racegator black car, a stop and hold for 30 seconds for contact with the 293. 293. I don't think it's a 293. Might be a mistype there. So, 229. There you go. 229 had contact with a 264. 264 was dealt as fault for that incident. The 264, that is the Team Racegator black machine. That is their pro car with Lorenzo Strauch behind the wheel right now. Another drive-through issued for the 253 Project Valorous Academy after contact with the Rider Engineering GT3. So GT3 on GT3 seems to be where most of the penalties have been coming from here recently. And that shouldn't be much of a surprise. It is the more intense class where you see the battling coming from right now. Also, we got a GT3 AM drive-through penalty that's been issued, and it is for the 301. The defending series champions, Virtual Sanity Racing, have a stop and hold for 10 seconds. So bad to worse for Lucas Budd and Virtual Sanity Racing as they begin to continue to tumble down the order. Moreno still sitting in the 11th position here, middle of the battle here with Isaac Arvidsson and Janice Road. Fun little battle we've been able to keep an eye on here as we went through the penalty list. It's like a pretty decent stream of updates there for the drive-through penalties and stop-and-go penalties. Almost all of them, minus one, we're in the GT3 categories here. Callan leads the way still in GT3 Pro. Brian Littlemore and Project Valorous leads the way in GTP by 33.4 seconds. We're cheering on Lighter Engineering. Ryder sitting right now, sitting in, I believe, if I look here correctly, trying to figure out where everyone went here all of a sudden. Michael Schad, G76 in the 6th position in GT3. For those interested in following Ryder Engineering's progress, Josh Tucker in the GTP class is top 5 for Ryder Engineering. So both cars for Ryder Engineering not doing too badly at the moment. Ivan Spitz and Mauro Dragoni going out of here. This is for 13th in GT3. Spitz in 14th, Dragoni in 13th. This is Code Esport and Expedia Racing GT3. With Javier Ferrero from Enosis Esports not far behind either. No new penalties there. And Spitz getting around Dragoni for 13th place. The XPD Racing GT3 now up 10 spots in this race, despite having the server drive-through at the start of this race. So they've shown a lot of pace in this race as it has gone on here. GT3s continue to make their way through. Some GT3s kind of just peppered in throughout the entire field here. Everyone pretty well spread out at the moment. Rando Racing, after spending so much time behind the pit wall there, getting repairs done, almost back ahead of the entire GT3 field. Florian Appenzeller for Rando Racing, just trying to get around Rasmus and Alex at the front of the GT3 Pro field to make it 23 GTPs all in a row. And that's exactly what Appenzeller will do. Appenzeller will get around and completely unlap himself and pass all of the GT3 pros. Now 23rd place. Progress. Sometimes that is all you need to make things happen here at Daytona. Ivan Spitz in 13th place at the moment. Trying to pull away from Mauro Dragoni and Javier Ferrero. And the battle here, it looks like that is between Living Good and Tennyson. Cars still rolling around in this field at the moment. 55 cars in total, still out and rolling around, including that of Core Motorsports Orlando Tarjero, is still rolling around. 22nd in GT3 Pro. 55th overall. Only 3 retirements from this race. That is Strumenti DS Racing, Old Firm Racing White, and Unity Racing by Venom Yellow's machine, which had Benjamin Barteau in the car when that car crashed. Luke Tennyson currently sitting in 6th at the moment in GT3 AM. Watch all the GTPs go by here. Marcel Rapouch coming out of pit lane for Riper Esports, the 12th car. We'll talk about teams that have had stellar debuts. Leipert's not, and unfortunately that is the balancing act. For every team that has an outstanding debut, you have teams that have less than stellar outings to start off their time in the competition, and that's where Leipert's at the moment, especially the 22nd place car here for Leipert, the 12 machine. Their 11 car is not sitting too much higher in the field. Stan Gable is in the 11 car right now in 13th place. This is a team that qualified really poorly, qualified 23rd. Was on the back row of the GTP grid. And whoa, trouble. Car spun around. That is Stridenberger. Stridenberger and Valentin. Hugo Valentin was who got spun around. Oh dear. Valentin, it looks like Crack was also involved. The outrun Berserk. 208. Not a great time there. There's Gio Annini. 2nd place by 17 seconds over Norbert Thomas, who's taken over once again from Aaron Avener. And Christian Stridenberger, who was involved in that incident in the in the 3rd hairpin, rejoining the oval. And Stridenberger's coming down pit lane. The Stridenberger's going to call it in here and try to get his car repaired now. Obviously enough damage on that number 75 machine to warrant it coming down pit lane to evaluate where they're at with it. Sitting right now in the 2nd position, 32 seconds away from Ryan Littlemore. Norbert Thomas isn't gaining either. And Thomas has clean real estate. He's got that clean track that he can use. Just hasn't been able to really gain. Josh Tucker, I believe, up to 4th place, I believe, if I'm reading that right. Yeah, Josh Tucker up to 4th. Ryder Engineering. Really good recovery for Josh Tucker. Yeah, and he would be 4th with Stridenberger in pit lane, having to take that service to repair the front of that car. Yeah, that is Ryder Engineering up to 4th place at the moment. 07 Racing's GTP team now in the top 5 with Alessio Bonino behind the wheel. Look further down, looks like there's a battle between Diego Quaresma and Archibald Toth for Really Slow Motion Racing. The ebbs and flows of sports car racing here at its finest. Cars all over the place on track here. It's still battling with Mauro Dragoni and Javier Ferrero. They have still not gone anywhere. That battle continues to rage on here. Pit stops underway now. It looks like 3 cars exiting pit lane. Winston Eckel for Simrace Sweden. Marco Lettenbauer, Firefly E-Racing Blue, and Janusz Rode for Team Racegitter. All 3 of them leaving pit lane together. So some work going on here. '23 GT3 is still going. Only one sorry, not 23. 23 GTP still going. Only one GTP out of this race early. One GTP and 2 GT3 pros out of this race so far. And again, very impressive so far that this field, only 3 retirements out of 58 people that started this race. 58 cars started this event. Only 3 have retired so far in the first 2 hours and 40 minutes. More pit stops coming from the GTP class cars. XPD Racing gets Mark Hagel in the car. Jonas Janum stays in the 86 for Team Red X. Patrick Silvazzi back in the 56 machine as work continues on. Busy place to be across the board. So take a look at the 3rd place sitter in GT3 AM at the moment, and that is Team Racegitter with Janusz Rode. Outstanding stuff so far. Whoa, and Janusz Rode, I think Commentator's curse. Whoa! Oh my gosh! Oh my goodness. Oh my. What did we just witness? Oh my gosh. What did we just witness? This is Janusz Rode for Team Racegitter D Blue. It looks like the car gets loose or snaps loose. I don't think we're gonna have a lot of really good angles here of this. This front shot's gonna be a good angle of it, if we're gonna have one. Play this in slow motion. Yeah, that car snaps. That car slides and then snaps and overcorrects. And there's nothing he can do about it. There's nothing he can do. That is heartbreaking. Lithium Motorsports involved there. That's the BMW. That bill is that's the pro car involved. Zachary Livinggood's involved. Guillermo Costa Race for Azio Motorsport involved. That's the 16 involved as well. The 16 GTP involved. That is the Dead Bull Racing number 16. There's a car that was completely destroyed. That is Florian Appenzeller, Randall Racing, who had just got running again. And back ahead of the GT3 Pros, now completely destroyed. Wow. Wow. First major incident of the race. And that collected about half a dozen cars. Devastating stuff so far. That is the most significant incident of the race. By and far, the most significant incident of the race. Wow. There's not a lot of words you can say about that. That is unfortunate to the highest degree. And unfortunately, there's not a whole lot you can really say about that. Unfortunately, that is the most heartbreaking part about it. We'll go back and look at it again. Ryan Littlemore leads the way in GTP. We'll look at the roll bar here and keep an eye. You see the driver's steering position here. Just going through the kink like normal. Tries to collect a slide. So many cars involved in that. So many cars involved. Yeah, one more look here. One thing I think you could really hammer him for is that he stayed on the gas a lot longer than he needed to. I think he was trying to power through it, but there's no reason to. Just lock it down and try to get it to slide to a stop. Absolutely devastating. Alessio Bonino, one of those involved here. This is the number 23. He's going to see everything here. Just absolute clobbering here. Because he's the one that gets it to the back of the Randall Racing machine, that number 36 that we saw. This is not that pleasant. This is Zach Livingood. He's going to get clobbered here. Lithium Motorsports. This is their pro car. That hurts. That hurts so much. This is on board. This is with This would have been with Charlie Monroe. This is Corey Ratliff in the car now. But, all that's just horrible. Absolutely just horrible. What a way to completely just shift the dynamic of this race for several cars. Absolutely devastating across the board, just devastating. There's not really a way to surmise it appropriately. That's just heartbreaking. It takes the wind out of the sails for several teams. I'm talking about a mass event like that. Several cars are basically done now from this event. Through no fault of their own. No fault of their own. That is just heartbreaking. Ryan Littlemore, however, continues to do his job at the front of the field for GTP. Done an outstanding job so far for Project Valorous. Leading the way in the 50 car, doing a fantastic job still of that. At this point, the pandemonium that has to set in a little bit here. Josh Tucker up to second place. Is Ryder Engineering now in second place? No, still fourth. But pit stops have begun. Norbert Thomas in pit lane. So pit stop's not far away here, and it looks like it'll be a pretty standard stop here. It looks like GT3 and GTP will both share the same pit window this time. Josh Tucker will take over third position from Aaron Avener. Aaron Avener taking over the Magic 055 car again. Car off track, that is the AZR Motorsport White. That is the AM class car for AZR Motorsport. That was off in turn number 1. AZR Motorsport White being driven at this point. Whoa! Spin out by Tucker. As we were talking about Archer Gordino. Josh Tucker with a spin in the International Horseshoe. So that will set Josh Tucker back a little bit. And it is tight now in the mid-pack of the GTP field with Josh Tucker for Ryder Engineering, Christian Schreidenberger for MRP by Fields Academy. And I think there should be a little bit more emphasis on the MRP by Fields Academy, who are now off sequence because they had to pit a little bit earlier to look over the car for damage and get any damages repaired. Now, they're just off sequence. So that is an interesting sort of situation there for MRP by Fields. For them, because they actually get to race this out a little bit. A lot of GDPs here together. Ryder Engineering, MRP by Fields, Old Form Racing Purple. Several of them together right now. Ryan Littlemore stays out once again. So does Unity Racing by Venom, with Gio Annini behind the wheel. Absolutely insane stuff in this race so far. Keep an eye on Aaron Avener in 9th position at the moment. This has been a very unpredictable race all of a sudden. Very unpredictable race all of a sudden, except for the fact that the 50 has looked outstanding from start to finish so far. The question is, when do the next round of pit stops begin? That is the next really big question I think we have going on here. So Avener officially one lap down at the moment. Again, the 50 is not pit yet in this sequence, I don't believe. No, not in this sequence yet. So it's a little bit different. So the 55 will get a lap back here. Will get their lap back here pretty easily. But that's how much of an advantage right now the 50 has. Avener, in arguably a top 3 car, the Magic Arrow 55 crew is. And the 50 has already put it a lap down here at the halfway point with pit stops to go at least. It's putting pressure on everyone to respond. Project Valorous has arrived in the Platinum Endurance Championship. That is a pretty solid statement to make at the moment. Peter Matuzik in the 51 for Project Valorous, also doing pretty well at the moment. 8th place for them. And the Academy car, the 52, is sitting in 15th at the moment. Jeffrey Arroyan behind the wheel of the 52 right now for Project Valorous. And then they also have the GT3 car, their Academy car, in GT3 Pro, running right now as well. All 4 of their cars still rolling. First really big incident of the race, the multi-car crash in this very horseshoe, the National Horseshoe. 7 cars involved, all of them receiving extensive damage. Before that point, only 3 cars had retired from this event. We had 55 of 58 running for almost an exact half of this race, which was very impressive. Rider engineering in, Josh Tucker pulling that 76 car down pit lane, as does Arthur Figueroa for Race 2 Esport down pit lane as well. Some more GTP pit stops happening in earnest as we approach the halfway point in this race. I believe most of the pit stops we are going to see will probably happen on the other side of the 3-hour mark. But we're continuing here at Daytona. Very busy front straightaway as cars navigate their way through, approaching turn 1. Interesting thing is that this race will end under the lights here at Daytona. .211 on track at the moment. As well as the 45. All of them right now still rolling. That is that. I think that's native Delta by Buellers. I think that's the 278. The native Delta by Buellers. That's how far they've fallen from this from the lead group in GT3 Pro. The other native Delta by Buellers there. The Easier Motorsport White, which we just saw with the half spin earlier. It's one of the special things about sports car racing. Things change so quickly, and things can also change very slowly over the course of an hour, 2 hours, or 3 hours in this case. Christoph Jatura back in the number 51 for Project Valorous. So some more driver changes coming along the way. Lars Watzig also leaving pit lane for Leipert Esports at the moment. Right now sitting in the 14th position, it looks like. And we're trying to make it past the 3-hour mark, and they have successfully done so. We are past the halfway point in this race. 115 laps in the books. Doing some math, that means it will be about 230 laps at the end of this race. At the current pace, the leaders have been setting. Ryan Littlemore still in the number 50 for Project Valorous, and in he comes down pit lane, leader to the pit stops. Made it to the 3-hour mark. That's where he wanted to be. Played the numbers game correctly. Now he'll come down pit lane. As he comes down pit lane, we'll see more service begin. We're going to take another refreshment break here in the commentary booth. Non-stop coverage continues here on ABN 1. With half the race to go, the 6 hours at Daytona continues now. Welcome back, everyone. Live pictures continue from the 6 hours at Daytona for the start of the Platinum Endurance Championship season. Here on Avian Esports 1, we're looking at Chris Fraziloff, 4th place in GT3 Pro, behind Alex Cowan, Rasmus Justond, and Sergey Blum. After pit stops dominated the halfway point of the race. It has been a disaster for several cars. Just before the halfway point, there was an incident here in this race that was triggered by the 364 of Janice Road. Team Race Killer 364 snap oversteer. Approaching the National Bus Stop, or the National Horseshoe, took out several cars. Lithium Motorsports lost one of their cars. ACR Motorsports had one of their cars damaged. Several GTP cars involved. And a dramatic turn of events. Janice Road. Again, looking from above. Very critical picture there. Just snaps loose. You see that snap oversteer. And then the overcorrection. And then you see, obviously, the not flat surface there does not give Road much room to hit the brakes and try to slow down. It throws a lot of cars off sequence and really shook up the field there in that incident as it took place. That was just before the halfway point in this race, and it definitely changed the way the complexion of the race has been since. Obviously not for the race leaders so much as it is for those that were battling in the mid-pack. Several vehicles out of this race, went from having 55 cars running to 50. Several cars joined the retirement queue. Obviously the 364 out of this race. The 36, the Randall Racing GTP out of this race as well. Lithium Motorsports, their pro car, the 234 out of this race. Core Motorsports, the 299, Orlando Tejero behind the wheel of that car at the time, out of this race as well. And then you have Pedro Montero, Amari Garad, and Benjamin Barteau that were out of this race to begin with. That is Trementi DS Racing, Old Firm Racing White, and Unity Racing by Venom in Yellow. They were already out of this race, so several cars joining the retirement queue out of this event. To battle the front of the field once again, Alex Cowan for 07 Racing, the defending champions of GT3 Pro, Rasmus Justond for RPM Racing. These two have been battling tooth and nail since they both got into these cars. These teams have been battling all race long, even in qualifying earlier this morning. And they continue to battle here. Between them and Sergey Blum, it's 29.9 seconds, almost 30 seconds worth of an advantage to the One Motorsport Mercedes. It is a Mercedes 1, 2, 3 at the moment. A little bit further down the order, Marco Lettenbauer for Firefly East Racing Blue, battling with Philip Madsen, the leader of GT3 AM. We do this every hour. Let's do this again. It's Ryan Littlemore for Project Valorous, the number 50 machine, leading the way. He's completed 124 laps so far, coming to complete lap 125. And he's got a massive advantage in that process. Eros Giovannini, Unity Racing by Venom, and the second place car, number 9. 35 seconds the gap between first and second place on track here. Aaron Abner, third place for Magico 55. Not a bad effort so far, but so far off the pace of what they were expecting to be at. Obviously, they weren't expecting, I think, Unity Racing and Project Valorous to be as strong as they have been in this race. Alessandro Izzo, debut for him was 07 Racing, their GTP machine. 07 Racing overall doing an outstanding job as things run at the moment. Then it's Josh Tucker still in the car for Rider Engineering Esports in the top 5. Started this race in second. Just has not had the consistency to really hold on to that second spot. Down to 5th place now, with Julian Harmon back in the car for Old Firm Racing Purple in 6th at the moment. Archibald Toth for Really Slow Motion Racing in the 290 machine in 7th place. Diogo Quaresma for Asia Motorsport GTP in 8th is where they stand right now. Christoph Satura for Project Valorous number 51 car in 9th, and it's Thomas Senglebov for Team FFSR in the top 10. Paul Munn by MRP by Fields Academy in 11th. Lars Watzig for Lightbird Esports up 11 spots from 23rd to 12th at the moment, working out pretty fantastic, and also getting around the leaders in GT3 Pro. Looking down at GT3 Pro, it's Alex Cowan and Rasmus Stolen, as we mentioned earlier, leading the way pretty comfortably over everyone else in that class at the moment. As they go through the International Horseshoe there. Sergey Blum for One Motorsport sitting in 3rd, a very distant 3rd. But it's 3rd nonetheless. On debut for One Motorsport, Chris Vraziloff just outside the podium, trying to chase down Blum in that native Delta Q78 Porsche. Lemmy Mishk, the GT3 AM champion from last season, and now in GT3 Pro, sits in the top 5. Top 5. Lemmy Mishk back in the top 5 for the 276 machine. Stood out for a little bit, but now back in to kick off the second half of this race. Gerard Sardini Jr. for Carbono Esports JD GT3 Pro, sitting in the 28th position overall, 6th in GT2 Pro. Guillermo Costa Reyes for Asia Motorsport running once again after being involved in that incident just before the halfway point. 7th place for them in their Mercedes. Sebastian Hamperer for Outrun Berserk in 8th place. Then Marco Lettenbauer for Firefly A Racing Blue in 9th. Lucas Gaspar in the 253 Project Valorous Academy, rounding out the top 10 at the moment. And then you look at GT3M, it's Philip Madsen leading the way to 334 for Lithium Motorsports AM. One car out, one car leads their class. So overall, a pretty mixed result there for Lithium as things stand. Yulian Dimitrov for Native Delta Academy sits in 2nd position ahead of Tane Hodson, who once again is sitting in 3rd place for Team Redex in their 323 car. Alberto Ayen for Carbono Esports JD GT3M. Then it's Lucas Dirksen for Unlucky Luke Racing in the top 5. It's been a wild race so far, and things continue to go pretty wild here as racing continues on. Fun battles here. Pit stops have mostly been out of the way, so we don't have to worry about pit stops for a little bit. So now it's just straightforward racing for about the next 25 minutes until GTP has their next round of pit stops. You see the cluster going through the going into the International Horseshoe there. It's a never-ending struggle in these cars, especially when you're going too wide like some of them are. Even one of the sketchiest corners on the planet. And we're in that stage of the race too where there's constant GTP interference if you're a GT3 car. There's constantly GT3 traffic, or GTP traffic, in your way. You also have to be aware of the dive bombs and everything that GTPs are trying to do to try to make up time. It's like a never-ending minefield. Looking at a pair of cars that have managed the traffic and managed the melee better than anyone else so far. There's a reason 07 Racing are the defending GT3 Pro champions. 2 times running. Won Season 3 and Season 4. They are that good. But also, RPM Racing on their debut, showing that they are no slouch when it comes to this game. Their objective was to hang in there with the best of them. Right now, they are doing that with flying colors. More competition, the merrier. It's curious to me. Stolen hasn't really made a move on Khan yet. Really just kind of lurking in the shadows here behind 201. You'd have to wonder exactly how long you plan on doing that before you try to make a move here for the race lead in GT3 Pro. Kind of feels like the 210, the RPM Racing car, not running full bore right now. That's not to say it's a bad thing. You can run, say like you put like 50 or 60% in, and you can survive with the car. It just seems very interesting that with the race lead like right there in their hands, they haven't tried to go for it yet. Because they led earlier. I thought it was very interesting to me how much this race has evolved and changed since the start. Keeping an eye out count. Cars in pit lane. The Dead Bull Racing number 16, Corley Ratcliffe, and the 56 Magic Arrow of Dominic Vicente in pit lane at the moment. For the down the order here, Marco Lettenbauer still dealing with Philip Madsen. Not a position battle per se, but you definitely want to finish. If you're a pro car, you want to finish ahead of the AM leader, and that's what Marco Lettenbauer is trying to do right now. Lithium Motorsports, their AM car leads the way. Philip Madsen sitting 9th overall in GT3. So definitely some pace in that car right now. Alright, Lettenbauer again holding on to the 9th position in GT3. Hopefully there's another battle here. It looks like Dimitrov and Dragoni. This is another non-class battle. This is between Pro and AM once again. Dragoni and Pro, Dimitrov in the AM class at the moment. But they are battling for overall position at the moment. They are battling for overall position. They are battling for the 38th overall position. Again, overall doesn't really necessarily matter that much. It definitely doesn't help you in the points. It's more of a pride thing for some as things run right now. Over for the Ford, looks like there's a little bit of a battle here between Archibald Toth and Diogo Quaresma. And that's where we're at right now. 2 hours, 30 minutes left to go in this race as things run. Still over 50 cars running here in Daytona. So another car in pit lane here. Alberto Garcia Blasco in pit lane for XPD Racing GTP. Pit stop underway there. Leads the way coming back onto the oval. Leads the way here by 33.48 seconds. Actually, it looks like it's a little bit more than that. Now, 1 minute and 5 seconds. It looks like potentially. So Eros Giovannini Still running on track. I should probably point this out. Giovannini, I don't think had a driver change at all yet in this race. He has been on it non-stop since the drop of the green flag. The car in pit lane, that is Alessandra Izzo. The 07 Racing GTP is now in pit lane once again. People cheering on Firefly E-Racing. Lithium Motorsports AM having a little bit of banter, saying that they definitely are worrying about the overall position. In which case, fair enough. Fair enough. Flip Madsen. Certainly sitting in, is still 8th overall in GT3. Lettenbauer has gotten around, but not by much in this fight. Fragoni and Dimitrov continue to battle it out as well. Still pretty close battling here in the race. Now that we're in our second half, the sun beginning to firmly set here in Daytona. And there's going to be a ton of racing coming up here. This is a doubleheader today. It's Daytona weekend all weekend long, it feels like. 9:45 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll be live here for the Oval for the ARCS Saturday Night Showdown Series here at Daytona. And then the ARCS Daytona 250 tomorrow night. Sunday, 7 p.m. Eastern. Right here on ABN1. Some action all the way through. Be live on Monday if weather permits. We'll be live on Monday for the HTL Cup Series finale from Autocross Speedway in Fontana, California, as well as on Tuesday for the HTL Truck Series finale from Fontana as well. And then we'll be live on Wednesday for the ABN Champ Car World Series from the Charlotte Motor Speedway Roval. There's a lot of racing coming up here over the next few days. We're excited for it. Gerard Sardini Jr. in pit lane for Carbono Esports JD EGT3 Pro. Philip Madsen still leading the way in AM for Lithium Motorsports. The 207 Rambakal. Firefly E-Racing Blue up 9 spots from where they started this race. Started this race down in 21st position in class. Right now just ahead of Dragoni and Dimitrov. And a battle for 12th and 13th in Pro. And Bakal again. We're seeing more pit stops here. We're seeing pit stops here for GT3 class cars. Lemmy Mishk is in for rider engineering. Enosis Esports is in. Code Esport is also in. So pit stops beginning, it looks like, in a wave for GT3 Pro. Lemmy Mishk from 4th in class coming down pit lane. Tag battle here between Sergey Blum and Luis Gaspar. Mish still on pit lane as Blum and Gaspar battle side by side. This is for the top 5 in GT3 Pro. And it looks like Blum for One Motorsports got the advantage. And here comes an entire wave of GT3s. That's always a panic. And the GT3 leader right there in that mix as well, Alex Cow. Yeah, wild stuff so far. Right on board with Ezo real quick. Actually, no, we're right on board with Aaron Avener, who just lost the spot. That'll be fun. Because Ezo just came out of pit lane too. Riding on board with Aaron Avener, who has lost touch with Alessandro Ezo. Definitely not a great look right now for Avener, who's now struggling to find pace in the 55 for Magic Arrow. Is fatigue beginning to set in for the drivers? It's a very big question, especially for those that have only had 2 drivers for the night. Car coming down pit lane, that is, I believe, the race leader. In GT3 it is. Alex Cowan down pit lane now. Race leader Ryan Littlemore for Project Valorous. On track at the moment to the bus stop, with a pretty decent and handy gap at the front. more. Leading by 33.4 seconds right now is where things are. Again, the clock continues to tick here. 2 hours and 15 minutes to go in this race. Stops have taken place for a decent amount of the field. See if we can find some drivers here that have some work to do. See if we're on board with Guillermo Custody race. So we'll see what his battle is like, because he's just made a pit stop, so he is good to go for a little bit. Now he's battling with Uran Bakal. Actually, we'll see if we can ride on board with Uran Bakal. See what he sees from on board that number 207 Porsche. Right on board here with Uran Bakal. going through everything here. We'll take the chance to catch everyone up on the penalty sheet, because there's a lot of penalties that have come through in the last hour. Drive-throughs reported for the 219 Sim Race Sweden esports car from GT3 Pro, as well as for the 86 Team Red X Sim Sport number 86, the number 99 Team FFSR, and for the 2307 Racing. Stop and hold for 30 seconds by the 75 MRP by Fields Academy. So some spicy penalties that were issued over the course of the last hour. We're on board there with the 207 as he tried to pull away. Some cars there. Wow, Spillman back in the car. Wow, Spillman in the car for the 334, leading Lithium Motorsport Dam. So they definitely aren't taking their foot off the gas at all. They were trying to cement this race win if they can. Obviously knowing that their pro car is out of this race. Spillman leading the way in AM. Luis Gaspar trying to chase down Guillermo Costa Race in Azio Motorsport. This is Project Valorous in their Academy car, trying to chase down Azio Motorsport in Pro for GT3. Pretty well put together. Field of BMWs here, or field of Mercedes. There's a few BMWs that are doing pretty well good as well. You have the Outrun Berserk BMW, the Rider Engineering BMW, and the Carbano Esports BMW. But Mercedes is what I was talking about there. So what's the center of your screen at the moment with Luis Gaspar front and center. Luis Gaspar, again, sitting in the 7th position in GT3 Pro. Some more cars in pit lane. Mark Rosendahl, Project Valorous Academy 52 in GTP. Same with Gonzalo Paiso for picking up the pace. Gonzalo Paiso is their closer, it almost feels like, with how much time he's got left to end this race. Luis Gaspar continues to lead the way here in this battle for the 7th spot. Jacob Sloreski back in the number 50. And they've handed that hot potato back and forth here. Sloreski trying to avoid the melee that has befallen so many other cars already in this race. Thomas Tullemond for Unity Racing by Venom, sitting in 2nd place now. But again, pit stops have to take place for some drivers. Tullemond in 2nd, Alessandro Azo in the 3rd position here for 07 Racing GTP. And this is after serving a drive-through penalty in this race. So 07 Racing has pulled up the pace here a little bit. Aaron Avener 8 seconds behind in the 55 for Magic Arrow. Then it's Josh Tucker and Julian Hammond in the top 6. Christian Streidenberger in pit lane now. MR2 at Fields Academy. Rolling around on track at the moment. See if that's a driver change for Streidenberger or not. MR2 at Fields Academy. See what we're looking at here. And listen, only a 31-second stop for Streidenberger. Trying to minimize pit stop times here, it looks like. So Streidenberger goes right back out. Again, it's Loreski that leads the way as we approach the 4-hour mark. It's top hour, so we're going to step aside for a refreshment break. We'll be right back. Non-stock coverage continues here at Daytona, the 6 hours of Daytona, the season opener for the Platinum Endurance Championship season. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone. Non-stop coverage continues here on ABN Esports 1. Jacob Slorezzi leads the way for Project Valorous number 50. Thoreski and Project Valorous have led the vast majority of this race here tonight. Almost faultless race for the 50 crew on their debut. But a phenomenal performance so far for Zloreski. So ahead and break down where the top 10 are at in this race. Zloreski obviously top of the board by a staggering 40 seconds. Alexandra Izzo in third for 07 Racing. Their GTP team doing a phenomenal job across the board. 07 Racing going to be pretty happy with how Daytona's been so far if they can close it out over the next 2 hours. Between Zloreski and Izzo is Thomas Tullemond for Unity Racing by Venom. They had 2 cars, 1 car out of this race, the other on the podium at the moment, second place for the number 9, if things can hold station for them tonight. Julian Harmond in the 6th position, sitting in the number 10 for Old Firm Racing Purple. Been as high as second. Actually, they led some laps earlier in the race, but it's just kind of fallen away from them as the race has gone on. In the top 5, Josh Tucker still leads the way for Ryder Engineering at the moment. Back in this car. The 76 in the top 5, just barely in the top 5. Trying to chase down the car just ahead of him. Aaron Avener back in the car. In place of Norbert Thomas. The Magic Arrow 55 crew in 4th position at the moment. 3rd, 4th, and 5th, if they continue to close the way they have been, could be a very interesting story in that last spot on the podium. Looking our way down throughout here, yeah, Krzysztof Jatura in the 51 for Project Valorous. Jatura in the 8th position has gained 14 spots, that car has. Jatura was at the very beginning of the race as well, so he's been pretty responsible for some of those spots gained. He's behind Diogo Quaresma for AZR Motorsport by about 22 seconds. Here comes Izzo down pit lane. Speaking of Chalapir, that is how it is at the moment. Thomas Senglebuff for Team FFSR in 9th position, up 10 spots from 19th to 9th is where they are right now. And then Ambros Istvan in the 10th position for Really Slow Motion Racing Red. Not a bad run so far for the 290, who had to serve a drive-through penalty early in the race. Hasn't deterred themselves much. They are still ahead of where they were at the start of this race. They started 12th, they're in 10th. That is the top 10 in GTP. And GT3, start with the pro class. Start with Charlie Nilsson. RPM Racing doing a phenomenal job. Is pulled away by 2.6 seconds over Fabio Ponta in 07 Racing. The debutantes currently pulling away from the 2-time series champions of GT3 Pro. Fabio Ponta in the car. Not sure if he's going to be the closer for 07 Racing, but he has been the fastest driver. More often than not, Fabio Ponta in the 07 Racing machine. So let's see what he can do in that car. He's got to climb, he's got to crawl back 2.6 seconds to get back to Nilsson. But it's not impossible. P3! Sorry, P4. Vladislav Shopov's from P3, we'll talk about him in a second. Limeshk, P4. From GT3 AM champion to GT3 Pro contender. Limeshk currently controlling the way for Ryder Engineering in their esports GT3 team. Ryder Engineering currently having both cars in the top 5 in GTP and GT3 Pro. Not a bad effort for the Ryder squad there. Vladislav Shopov back in the car for Negative Delta by Dealers. The Hungarian driver leads the way for that team. Started this race off for that team, has been phenomenal, and now back in the car for the last hour and 43 minutes. It looks like Shopov looking to make some amends as that team has fallen away from the chance at a race lead. Gerard Sardini Jr. for Carbono Esports JD GT3 Pro. The 266 sitting in the 5th position in the top 5. Jiri Drek in the 208 for Outrun Berserk, running in the 6th position. Really good run so far for that 208 on debut. Correct in the 208 machine. I spent a lot of time in that car over this race. Not been the fastest by any stretch of imagination, but it's been consistent, and that has been what that team has needed here on debut. As you see the race leader go by on the outside through the bus stop there. Luis Gaspar not far behind though. 253 for Project Valorous Academy. Not doing too bad at all. That Mercedes in 7th at the moment. That team started 5th, but the race pace has equaled out a little bit to the 7th position as things run. Vincent Awesomes for Sim Race Sweden, their esports team. Number 219 sitting in the 8th position at the moment. Aram Bakal for Firefly E-Racing in the 9th position. Up 12 spots from where they started this race. And then Guillermo Costeres for AZR Motorsport. Proper Team 220 in the 10th spot. Milo Spielman for Lithium Motorsport leads the way still in AM. It's been a back and forth handoff between Spielman and his teammates, trying to make sure that that car gets its way across the finish line as a winner in the class. And he's got a pretty good balance over himself here. Yulian Dimitrov for Native Delta Academy, sitting right now in 2nd place, but a lap shy of where Spielman is at the moment. Tane Hodson for Team Red X in 3rd, still has not moved from that 3rd position at all in this race. At 32 seconds in hand over Lucas Dirksen for Unlucky Luke Racing. 4th place for that Ferrari at the moment as things stand. Sergio Ochoa Esposito, another Ferrari for Carbono Esports JD GT3 AM. Not a bad run there. Top 5 so far with the 366. Stefan Henrique for Smurf Racing Team has moved up to 6th place. They were last in qualifying, but so far they've done an outstanding job up to the 6th position, just being persistent, being consistent in that process as well. 6th place so far for them. Artur Gardino for AZR Motorsport White, their AM class car, the 320. Not the race they've wanted, but it could be a lot worse. Gordino sitting in the 7th position. Philip Spez for Virtual Sandy Racing. What a fall from grace the team has had so far. Not what they've wanted to start the season. They had a perfect podium rate in Season 4. That is going to be well and truly done by the end of the race here today. You have John Connors for Slippers Racing Team, still running on track in the 9th position. And then Lars Leibniz for Team Race Getter, the blue machine here, their AM car, also running as well, still running on track at the moment, with a good chance to score some points as well. Enough laps so far. Got to keep that momentum going though. All 10 of the AM class cars still running in this race. Oh yeah, Ponta not leading the class, I do not believe. Got to get to RPM Racing. I believe just had a pit stop. Indeed they have. They're just not going out of pit lane as well. So cold tires for Charlie Nielsen in RPM Racing. Coming in, immediately being favorites here. A lot of fans there for RPM Racing at the moment as things currently run. Charlie Nielsen doing a pretty outstanding job here today. Still a lot of race left though, about a little under 100 minutes of racing left to go here in Daytona. But the action continues here on ABN1. Nilsson right now trying to chase down Vladislav Shopov. Lemmy Mishk right there in the mix as well. Keep an eye on that 276 Lemmy Mishk hanging right in there with the 210. Of course, we're trying to do the onboard camera there, and then obviously that failed there. See if we can try it again. Do we have an iRacing crash? I think we may have. I think iRacing has completely crashed for us. Give us 1 second here. That's going to be not what we wanted to see here. So we have to reboot things real quick. Talk about the technical issues as they continue here. Slight interference. I see on the screen is as it was. We were trying to ride on board with Lemmy Mishk. So now you got to wait for it to reboot here. Waiting for iRacing to let us rejoin and jump back in here. We're on board with Lemmy Mishk, and now we have to wait for it to let us back in. So we're going to go and stand by here as we can try to get things ready to go once again. All right, I believe we're back in action here. Fabio Ponta on track here, letting everything sort of just coordinate and get itself ready to go here. Hopefully that's all we need here. Fabio Ponta leads the way in GT3 Pro. That's what we're running on board with at the moment. Vladislav Shopov a little bit further behind. Charlie Nilsson in third. huge gap to gain over Lemmy Mishk. Lemmy Mishk, let's see if we can ride aboard with him again. Right aboard with Lemmy Mishk as he tries to battle with Charlie Nilsson. Right now chasing Charlie Nilsson around the track at the moment as things currently run. We've went to the top 10. Don't think anything dramatic has happened in that top 10. A car in pit lane. Tane Hodson for Team Red X in pit lane now. Zlareski still in the lead of this race. So yeah, if you have an update on penalties here, we do not. No new penalties so far. With 90 minutes left to go in this race, no new penalties to report. Very interesting there, no new penalties there. Zlareski just trying to make his way around the traffic here. Only 2 cars on the lead lap right now. Zlareski and Thomas Tillemond for Unity Racing by Venom. Julian Harmon, the first car 1 lap down. Sitting right now in the 3rd position. A decent amount of cars have taken pit stops though. The 07 Racing GTP of Gianpaolo Cristini, the 23, has come down pit lane recently. So has Norbert Thomas, the Magic 55. They did a driver change there. Aaron Abner was in that car. Jean Corb's back in the number 76 Rider Engineering machine. So they've done a driver change recently. Joao Rufino in the number 20 for Azio Motorsport GTP. They made a driver change recently. Jonathan Berteau in pit lane now, leaving pit lane I should say. Peter Matuzek in the number 51 for Project Valorous. Sitting in 9th now, getting ahead of Jonathan Berteau. And Matuzek also just recently came down pit lane a couple laps ago. So that is going to be for position 100%. Again, the closest battle on track right now is for 3rd in GT3 Pro. It's between Nilsson and Mishk. Whoa, and almost contact. That's 23, the 07 Racing GTP that made contact with Mishk. Mish could not be happy about that, being interested in that fight with Nilsson. It isn't much of a fight. There's a 20 lap gap between the two on their pit strategies. So Mishk is not far away from a pit stop here. Michigan. So speaking of, talk about needing a pit stop there. Michigan comes in right on cue. Actually, looks like a lot of GT3s might be coming down pit lane here very soon. Fabio Ponta only 2 laps behind Mishk in that pit stop endeavor. So that could be a pit stop in the works there. And that would put RPM Racing back in the front of the field. But now it's a question of who's going to be able to make it all the way to the distance. Fabio Ponta stayed out this lap. He's got a very good gap, 47 seconds the gap between Ponta and Vladislav Shopov. Number 9, Unity Racing by Venom, ahead by 22 seconds. I feel like that's a glitch, but also I don't think it is. No, it's not, because Zaleski just came down pit lane. Yeah, so Tillemond close enough to still have to take over the race lead for a moment. Doing just enough there. Solarski, Project Valorous. Now trying to close in on Tillemond, although Tillemond's probably pitting here imminently anyway. And that makes it interesting because that means that the GTP and GT3 pit stop cycle once again is in the same time window. Fabio Ponta should be coming in here in about a lap or so, if numbers are to be believed. Ponta lead the way. Vladislav Shopov in second place right now as things currently run. Right now sitting second place, but it's a very distant second place. He's pulled from RPM Racing and Charlie Nielsen. He's pulled away from him there. Dave Schwartz, new driver in that car to finish out for Outrun Berserk. American Dave Schwartz jumping in for the first time. Got to get up to speed quickly and get that car up and running. Currently sitting in the 6th position behind Alberto Moreno and Carbono Esports and Lemmy Mishk in Rider Engineering. So Dave Schwartz on track here. Fabio Ponta in pit lane. There's Vladislav Shopov, who pit on the same lap last time. Here we go. Shopov for negative delta by Bueller's. On track here. And he does come down pit lane. And Fabio Ponta leaves pit lane here. Charlie Nilsson just now passing pit entry. Will not pass Fabio Ponta. Will not pass him. I do not believe on that pit exit. Yeah, Ponta already at the exit here. It's close, but Nilsson will not get the overlap. He's got to apply the pressure quickly, while also being pressured by the 276 of Lemmy Mishk. Talk about being hustled right now. Nilsson being hustled by Lemmy Mishk. Shopov in pit lane. And that is a short pit stop for Shopov. That is a fuel-only stop for Shopov, to make sure that he does not lose second place for a prolonged period of time to Charlie Nilsson. Nilsson's got at least... Ooh, they both got one more pit stop. They both have one more pit stop. That's going to be tough. I think Shopov is pretty well stuck in third place at the moment, but only in third. I think Shopov is more concerned about staying ahead of Alberto Moreno. Charlie Nilsson getting ahead of Fabio Ponta there. Ponta on colder tires. This is basically what we're expecting to be the battle for the race win in GT3 Pro to be between RPM Racing and 07 Racing. And it's a tight-knit battle. Lemmy Mishk in this group as well, but now stuck a lap down. Real tight confines here in this battle. Really slow motion racing in pit lane. Embrus Esteban in pit lane now in the GTP class. No new penalties so far. Pretty quiet hour or so in the race control center. And watching this battle for the race lead in GT3 Pro. This is the closest battle on track. Fabio Ponte continues to try to chase down Charlie Nilsson. Nilsson's got a pit stop a lot earlier. Nilsson's got a pit stop here in the next 20 minutes. But it looks like everyone in this field is looking at one more pit stop here. There's no one that's looking at two at this point, which is important because that'd be a significant disadvantage. That is not the case. Keeping an eye on this battle between Ponte and Nilsson. Charlie Nilsson in the lead of GT3 Pro. That is what we're looking at the moment. It's been outstanding so far. Let's focus on GTP class for a second. We'll look at everyone in the GTP class here going through this. That's where everyone's at so far. Jacob Zloreski leads the way for Project Valorous in the number 50 machine. As we look into the final hour of this race in just 15 minutes time. He does a fantastic job right there. Thomas Tulliman for Unity Racing by Venom, sitting in the second position on the lead lap, but just barely. Gianpaolo Cristini for 07 Racing in third at the moment as things currently run. On the lead lap as well, but not by much. Norbert Thomas is the first car one lap down the 55 for Magic Arrow. There's a wider window for pit stops here in GTP, where there are 2 pit stops in hand for some drivers. Norbert Thomas last came down pit lane on lap 166. We're on lap 181 now. Zloreski, for comparison, pit on lap 173, almost 10 laps later. Jean Corbs in the 5th position for Rider Engineering, not far behind Norbert Thomas, trying to chase him down. It's 5.5, the gap between Thomas and Corbs as they run through the race at the moment. Randy Martin for Old Firm Racing, sitting in the 6th position, the number 10. Not a bad effort so far. Started this race in the top 5. Has not really dropped away from that too awful much there. A good run so far for the car 10. Joao Rufino for ASR Motorsport GTP, sitting in the 181st lap now in the car 20. Up 8 spots from where they started this race. Peter Matusik sitting in the 51 for Project Valorous. Second of the 3 GTPs that they have in this field, sitting in the top 10, up 14 spots. The biggest gainer of anyone in GTP so far, from 22nd to 8th. Jonathan Berteau for Team FFSR, running right now in the 9th position of 10 spots, from 19th to 9th is where Berteau is right now for that team. Ambrose Desvan for Really Slow Motion Racing, from 12th to 10th, pretty stable at the moment, 9.6 ahead of Lars Watzig for Leipert Esports, who has gained 12 spots in this race so far. A really good run at the moment for car 11, though there is still time to go in this race. Cabano Esports JD in 12th, Mygar in the car right now. Let's see what Mike can do. Lars Watzig actually in pit lane now, so Mike R will gain some time here. Pole Moon, MRP by Fields Academy. In the 13th position, Cesar Cabral back in the car for race 2 Eastport in 14th. And then there's a pretty decent gap here. Corey Ratcliffe in 15th position, a lap down to Cabral. Rosendahl for Project Valorous Academy, sitting in 16th position, not where they wanted to be, but not terrible, all things considered. Cone Garrett's, this is a disappointment for that team. They were hoping to be in the top 10 pretty firmly. 17th is definitely a far cry from it. Same with XPD Racing. Number 5 crew was supposed to be in the, really supposed to be in the contention for the race win. Nowhere close. Alberto Garcia Blasco just trying to get that car around and get it home. Marcel Rapauch for Leifert Esports in the number 12, sitting in the 19th position. Then Hugo Preto for Pick Up the Pace in the number 7 right now. Sam Rose in 21st right now, keeping going in the red Team Red X, number 87. Jonas Janum in the number 86 for Red X as well. Rounds out the 22 cars in that field. Then you have a very interesting group. 24 GT3s took the start of this race. A few of them no longer running. Looks like we are down to 20 in this field. Look at things right now as they stand. It is Charlie Nelson for RPM Racing at the front of the field, but a pit stop is incoming for the 210. Fabio Ponce has a pit stop later on in this race. That'll be their last. So it is going to be the 210 and the 201 battling for the race win. Mercedes at the front of the field. Fabio Ponce, full fuel, fresh tires, compared to the low fuel that Charlie Nielsen's in right now. Try to get to the end of this race. The thing is for Fabio Ponce, and this is a blessing more than a curse, Fabio Ponce's last pit stop can be a fuel-only stop and a short one at that. So there is a significant advantage that Fabio Ponce does have in the back pocket for the strategy calls here. And he's going to hope to use that. Has to hope to use it to really have a chance to make sure that he can win this race and start off another championship defense in the best possible position. So Fabio Ponce in the second position, Vladislav Shopov in third. It's a decent distance from Shopov to the race leaders. 43 seconds the gap at the moment. Not where he wants to be in this race, that is for sure. He was hoping to be a lot more competitive there. Strategy just did not pan out the way I think he was hoping it would, the way that I think that team as a whole hoped it would. And that's the upsetting part about it. Because they had the pace early on. We saw them compete and really contend early on, and it just fell away. Alberto Moreno in the fourth position, also very far away from Shopov. I don't think there's a lot that Moreno can do at the moment to really close in that gap as things currently stand. Lemmy Meshk a little bit closer, but then you start really seeing the midfield effect of the GT3 Pro field really show its face. And in full force as well. Lemmy Meshk in fifth position, a lap down to the leaders in GT3 Pro. Not where they wanted that car to be, especially given, again, one of those cars that was really contending early on in this race. Just hasn't been able to make much of it. You see, actually, there's Fabio Ponto right there in front of Mishk. So that's how close Mishk is to getting back on the lap. It just can't break through and get around. Dave Schwartz for Outrun Berserk, not bad for a debut. Difference between Rider Engineering right there, who's had experience, and obviously Outrun, who is still kind of figuring out where they stand in the standings here and the pecking order. Outrun Berserk has done a fantastic job in this race. The 208 has been pretty outstanding, pretty unremarkable in terms of any incidents that have happened, but that is not a bad thing by any stretch of the imagination. An issue for Sam Rose and for Marcel Raupauch. Not sure what has happened here with Sam Rose. Let's see if we can go back and look at it here. We've not seen a lot of crashes in this race so far. We saw one big one. Not sure what's happened. This is Sam Rose, Team Red X Academy, the 87 machine. Oh, that's just a spin in turn one. And it's for Marcel Raupauch, who looks like he went off track in part of that endeavor. Looks like this could also be turn one. Let's do one. Oh, checked up behind GT3 cars. No tag of the wall though. So overall, I think a pretty uneventful spin there, but obviously not what you want to see there in that endeavor. So Raupauch in the 19th position at the moment. Cohen Garrett's in pit lane. Penultimate stop. Still one more stop to go after this for most of the GTP field. If this is when they come in, they can only make it about 40 minutes. So we'll see where all that plays out. And checking on the GT3 AM class field right now. Milo Spielman leading by almost a full lap. It has been outstanding so far for Milo Spielman and Lithium Motorsports. It's not been great for that team as a whole. They lost their pro car early on, about the halfway point of this race, due to a very freak, weird accident that occurred. But all things considered, not a bad run of form either. Spielman leading the way by over a lap. Yulian Dimitrov sitting in the 381 in second place. Native Delta Academy looking for a pretty easy podium at the moment. So far that looks set to happen. Tane Hodson in third for Team Red X, their AM class car. Luke Tunison for Unlucky Luke Racing, 396 in fourth place right now. Alberto Ayen for Carbono Esports JD GT3 AM. Then you have another car. You have someone we haven't talked to much at all. There's two RPM cars in this field. We mentioned it at the very start of the race. I haven't mentioned it since. There's two RPM cars. The Mercedes, which is winning right now, and then the Ferrari, which is a little bit further behind. So there's two of those cars in this field, and one has just flown completely under the radar at the moment. And that's not a terrible thing, all things considered, what this race has been in the GT3 class so far. Yashal Yunus in that car right now, and that car has gained 6 spots from where it started. It started 22nd of 24 GT3 Pro cars. But they've done an outstanding job in that endeavor of just surviving and pushing forward. So really a good run of form so far for them going through this evening. pull up the top 8 of each class once again as we approach the final hour of racing. Sitting here in the 16th position at the moment, kind of just vibing. I have an issue here. Jonathan Berteau, what's happened here to one of the GTP cars? This is the 513 for Team FFSR. Ninth place car. What happens? Is this in the first horseshoe? This is in there. Oh, that is more than just a spin. That is Peter Matuszek that he just ran into. What happens to Matuszek? This is 8th place Matuszek, who checks up behind the 45 and just gets slammed. Wow, that is a painful shot there for a couple cars that really were having clean races up until that point. That is not what you want to see there. Alessio Bonino leaving pit lane. Final driver change for the 23. Pulling through here. Not a bad effort so far. Matuszek in pit lane now. No, did not come down pit lane. Just trying to get out of the way. Very interesting there. Alberto Garcia Blasco leading pit lane now, the 5 for XPD Racing and GTP. So Blasco sitting in the 18th position at the moment, just came out of pit lane. Charlie Nilsson. There's a pit stop incoming here shortly. The question is when. They've opened up a 5-second gap on Fabio Ponta. Racing again. This is a battle for the win in GT3 Pro. Alessio Bonino. Oh, drive through for Bonino. That's rough. Jonathan Berteau. Is this the pit stop for the damage repair? Well, we'll have to assume maybe. No, it's not. Also a drive through. So penalties and bunches. Drive-throughs there for Berteau and for Bonino. Yeah, drive-throughs there for both the 23 and the 99. Or sorry, not the 99, the 513. What was supposed to be the 99 for the Team FFSR for Bertot's car that we're looking at right now. And drive-throughs for both. They would both just serve that drive-through. Another drive-through in for the 55. Norbert Thomas has a drive-through to serve. Now the race control is starting to get a little bit more busy. Thomas has a drive-through to serve here. Jonas Janum in pit lane right now, as is Peter Matuzik. And I think that is a little bit of a repair job being done right now for Matuzik. As you can understand, frustrating to see how that race has turned out for them. Milo Spielman in pit lane and now exiting pit lane with less than an hour to go. Spielman exiting pit lane now, again leading by a substantial margin in GT3 AM. Good news here. Still in pit lane, Peter Matuzik. That is a rough turn of events there for the 51 crew for Project Valorous. Zaleski doing a fantastic job, just holding the fort down at the front of the field for the team. Again, trying to make his way through. Only 2 cars only lap in GTP. Thomas Tullemond, Burgundy Racing by Venom, sitting right now in the 2nd position. Sitting in the 2nd position, not a bad run there for Unity Racing by Venom. Further down, Jan Korves sitting in the 3rd position, trying to work some magic here, trying to hold on to that 3rd spot. Norbert Thomas through pit lane now, and I believe that's the drive-through. That is the drive-through for Norbert Thomas. So that drops Thomas out of the top 5 provisionally. But João Rufino not far away. Rufino sitting in the 5th position, just in the 2nd horseshoe. Thomas is right there. Still a race for the top 5. Thomas sitting in the 6th position, trying to chase down João Rufino. Sort of browsing and perusing through the field here. We are going to see, as things stand right now, with less than 50 minutes to go, we have 52 cars still running. Absolutely outstanding stuff. Charlie Lund in pit lane. Rasmus Gustolnd in that car now. Very important stop. Rasmus Gustolnd. In pit lane. Marco Lettenbauer for Firefly E-Racing Blue, leaving pit lane now. As things continue to go, Rasmus Gustolnd for RPM Racing in 3rd position. This is the money stop. Seconds behind Vladislav Chopin, 52 behind Fabio Ponta. You can take a very short pit stop here. Got to stay the course. Fabio Ponta does not have to take a full pit stop on this run. Take fuel and drive is Fabio Ponta's goal at this point. So pressure now on the 210. Dave Schwartz in Outrun Berserk, that 208, just at his personal best lap at 144.19 for Schwartz. Not a bad lap time for Schwartz right now. That's the best car. That's the best lap for that car, I should say. Rasmus Gustolnd has some work to do still. Cars in pit lane, Jean Corbs, Cesar Cabral, Vicente Lara, Rider Engineering Race 2 Esport and Carbano Esports JD. Vicente Lara started the race for the 66 for Carbano Esports JD. He will finish the race for Carbano Esports JD. Same with Cesar Cabral and Jean Corbs. They have made what they hope is the last pit stop of the race. Pressure continues on. Jacob Sloreski. Leading this race by 1 minute 20 seconds over Thomas Tullemund. Running on track at the moment. Another penalty, the 86 drive-through. 86 for Team Red X. Drive-through for them. So the 86 has a drive-through to serve. That is incredibly poor timing for the 86. Not that it has done a whole lot. Jonas Janum is down in 22nd position. Not where they wanted that car to be. Oh, trouble, trouble, trouble. Javier Ferrero has had a significant incident. So has Cohen Garrett's. What has happened here? Javier Ferrero. Wobbles a little bit. Oh, gets completely run over by Cohen Garrett's. That's coming. That was what was left of Cohen Garrett's car. Not good, Cohen Garrett's. Just clobbers Javier Ferrero. Looking at this, a little bit of a bobble. That's a painful hit. So what turns a bad race even worse there, as Zolarski comes out of pit lane now with his final stop made. Cohen Garrett's race effectively over for the 56 car from Magic Arrow. And asking what could have been for that team. Not starting off the season the way they wanted to, that is for sure. So a little bit of latency issues once again. Not sure what's going on here in the last half an hour of this race. Robert Thomas still on track, still rolling. Zaleski sitting right now in the race lead after his last pit stop. Jean Corbs also made his last pit stop, as has Norbert Thomas. Drivers that have not, Tullemond and Randy Martin, so Unity Racing and Old Firm Racing Purple. In fact, there is Loreski and Thomas. Thomas trying to get his lap back, will not be able to do so. Driver change in the pit lane. Isaac Arvidsson taking over Sim Race Sweden Esports, the 219 for GT3 Pro. Mark Suarez for Team Race Getter DE in the 264. They've made their driver changes there. Fabio Ponta in the 201. Less than 40 minutes to go in this race. Fabio Ponta has one more pit stop to make. Trying to figure out, we have a slight technical issue right now. We're going on again. The connection that we have right now with the server seems to be falling a little bit behind here, so we're trying to get all that taken care of for you. Pit stop for Fabio Ponto in a pit lane now. Car is on track now as we try to get picture brought right back to you here. Looks like we have everything figured out once more. We thought we did. Jacob Zaleski sitting ahead at the moment by 81 seconds. That is the gap that Zaleski has to the rest of the field. We have another issue with race control drive-through for the 274 Enosis Esports machine. Fabio Ponta still leading this race by 7 seconds. Fabio Ponta leading the way by 7 seconds, but it's slowly closing in. Rasmus Justond sitting right now in the 210 machine. Ponta in the lead here. 7 seconds once again the gap. Chopin down by 41. Lemmy Mishk in pit lane, as is Luis Gaspar. They're in pit lane at the moment. Only 30 minutes left in this race. Ponta, Rasmus Justond. Gap 8 seconds. The gap is growing. With 30 minutes to go. Absolutely insane stuff at the moment. Looks like we're having more technical issues here, and we have had another crash of iRacing. Not fun. We'll try to get everything back as soon as possible here. Again, I Apologies for the inconvenience here as we try to get everything taken care of. We were looking at the battle for the lead in GT3 Pro between Fabio Ponta and Rasmus Justond. Now wait for iRacing to come back up once again so we can see the actual meat of that battle. It was 8.48 the gap between Ponta and Justond going into that event. With 30 minutes left to go in the race. Obviously hoping that that gap does not change dramatically so we can see what they do and how they interact with that. Fabio Ponta took a short pit stop, which we expected that Fabio Ponta wouldn't need to take as much fuel on that stop. Whereas Rasmus would have to take, well, not obviously more fuel, but especially if you took tires with that, it would also be a very wildly differing strategy call here. So right now we are waiting for everything to come back up again. It's crashed for a second time. So we are trying to get everything pulled back up as soon as we possibly can here. As we go into this event. Again, the gap was 8.48, the gap between GT3 Pro class leaders. That was the class of interest. Jacob Zaleski for Project Valoris leading by over 80 seconds was the gap. It looks like it's now Lorenzo Castellani in the car. Let's see if that calibrates correctly here. Still connection issues here on this reboot of the server. Fabio Ponta is in the car, so it has corrected itself though. Fabio Ponta still struggling here at the moment. Rasmus Justond, RPM Racing, 8.82. The gap has not changed at the front of the field. Justond trying to chase down Fabio Ponta with less than 30 minutes to go. Cesar Cabral in pit lane, leaving pit lane for the final time. Battle between Norbert Thomas and Jan Korps for third in GTP. Norbert Thomas in pursuit of a podium. So is Jan Korps. Only one of them can get it. Corb's trying to get that third place from Norbert Thomas. Again, connection issues still persisting here. Jean Corb's still fighting through it. Jean Corb's trying to chase down Norbert Thomas for third place in GTP. This battle for third place. Have a second to gap. Traffic could once again be a factor here with 25 minutes to go. Fabio Ponto's opened up a 9-second gap on Rasmus Hjulstund. I think Jean Corbs is, I don't think he has quite the pace to hang in there with Thomas at this point. I think Thomas is pulling away a little bit more, 7/10 the gap now. Again, GT3 traffic could play a factor. It's not playing a factor right now. It's holding Corbs back a little bit. That doesn't help. Corbs sitting here trying to chase down Norbert Thomas. He's gotten a little bit of it back. Thomas sitting now in the third position. With about 20 minutes to go, they're just slicing through GT3 traffic. This is the closest Corbs has been over the last few laps, 2/10 the gap. I think Thomas just has a little bit more top end speed. I think that car's just a little bit more trimmed out than what Corbs has got in that Acura. It's Porsche versus Acura for third place. Obviously an Acura out front with Project Valorous leading the way. It's a question of what completes the podium. It's going to be a Porsche or an Acura that completes the podium right now. So we're trying to figure out 5/10, half a second, the gap. But again, so much traffic has been a factor all night long. Stop and hold penalty issued for the 276 Ryder Engineering GT3. for Lemmy Mishk. So that's going to probably take Lemmy Mishk out of the top 5. Ryder Engineering they are currently sitting 5th at the moment. Project Valorous leads the way in GTP. 07 Racing leads the way in GT3 Pro. GT3 AM being led by Lithium Motorsports. Charlie Monroe in pit lane for Dead Bull Racing. Norbert Thomas trying to lead himself to the podium. He's done a really good job of that. Jan Korbs got checked up by lap traffic. 3.6 now the gap. Fabio Ponta. Fabio Ponta in GT3 Pro leads the way by 8.4 seconds. Fabio Ponta with an 8.5 second lead with less than 20 minutes to go. Minutes to go. Jacob Zaleski leads the way. As racing continues on, Zaleski leads the way over Tullemond. Norbert Thomas in 3rd. Sitting a lap down. As racing continues on, Jan Korbs in 4th, Alessio Bonino in 5th. And it's Randy Martin in 6th for Old Firm Racing. Again, Fabio Ponta leads the way in GT3 Pro. Talked about, we had thought that would be close to 230 laps completed by the time this race was over. We're at 218 right now, with looks like a little over 16 minutes to go. I'm not going to be far off of it. Ponta leads the way, 8.7 the gap. Fabio Ponto, again, 07 Racing. You can't talk much or enough about 07 Racing and just how consistently strong they have been in GT3 Pro. Two-time class champions of GT3 Pro. That's why they're at the 201, and it has been outstanding. Fabio Ponto leads the way here. RPM Racing, Rasmus Ostund, outstanding job if things hold as they are with the next 14 minutes. Took it right to the series champs. Took it right to them. It came down to a little bit of strategy at the end. Fabio Ponto did not need to take a full tank of fuel, had a lighter car, and that pays dividends around a track like Daytona, where speed is king. Rasmus Ostund, again, sitting in second place, just hasn't had the brakes really to kind of make any inroads here. Now 9.5 behind. Just stuck in traffic. I think Fabio Ponto, that critical play to stay out longer and just make that last stop short was a huge advantage, a huge benefit towards the 201 team. Rasmus Ostund, again, sitting in second place, not able to really make any inroads here. Jacob Zaleski in the front of the field. Zaleski leads the way. Has set Tillemond, Unity Racing by Venom, a lap down. There he is. Tillemond just a little bit behind Zaleski. Tillemond right now sitting in a really good spot right now, sitting in the second position, 15 seconds clear of Thomas, even further ahead of Jan Korbs, who may have just come down pit lane. Oh, he did come down pit lane. Wow. Was that a drive-through? Did the 76 get another drive-through? No, not another drive-through. One Motorsport, the 224 is going to drive through, but not the 76. So Jan Korb's firmly out of the battle for the podium now. Jacob Zaleski. Less than 10 minutes from pay dirt. Zaleski again, just try and hold on here. Obviously don't want to get in trouble. Trying to navigate lap traffic here. Again, you've got the entire field a lap down, which is hard to do, especially with how it looked earlier in this race. Project Valorious has just been absolutely outstanding. We want to talk about coming in and landing a punch straight in the jaws of the juggernauts. That's what Valorious has done in this event. They have absolutely come in with a full head of steam and a notice. They're here. GTP is going to be very competitive this season. When we go to Monza in 3 weeks, Valorious will not be an unknown. They will be a favorite. That is where we are right now. Zaleski and company will be heavy contenders going into the 8 hours of Monza in March. Alessio Bonino sitting in 4th place, or sitting in 5th place, excuse me. Not a bad run for them as things stand. That's a 2-lap gap at the moment. In the last 6 minutes of this race, you're seeing Alessio Bonino, driver of the 07 GTP car, the 23, just shadowing the 50, staying right there with him. Smart thing to do. Try to hang in there with the race leader there that has shown so much pace. So far they're doing that. They're staying right there on the bumper. Right there on that wing. There's another battle here coming up here. Paul Moon and Lars Watzig battling for position here. This is for 9th. So there is still a battle for position going on here on track. For everyone else, is largely just don't get caught up in anything. But for Paul Moon, and Lars Watzig. MRP by Fields Academy for Munn. Lightbird Esports for Watzig. Very important. Battle for position here. About a second gap in favor of Watzig. But never say never.
And again, I just struggling there. Traffic not being friendly for Munn at this point. 1.6 now the gap. Man, again, oh, actually the gap's closed down significantly here because Watzig also looks like got held up by traffic. There's Berteau for Team FFSR just up the road here, but there is more traffic to deal with for Watzig and Munn with 3 minutes to go. We are in the final 3 minutes. Gap once again opening up with about a second here between Watzig and Munn, between the 11 and 75. Watzig making it around here. Yeah, Munn's very slow there through the bus stop that time. I think that battle is pretty well over with 2 minutes to go. Jacob Zaleski has let Thomas Tillemond back on the lead lap. Tillemond sent flying here. I believe this is the final lap. I believe it crossed the line with less than 90 seconds on the clock. This would be the final lap. This is gonna be the final lap. Zaleski, after 228 laps, Project Valorous in the 50 car. They will kick off the season in the best possible way with a race win at Daytona. This is the final lap. Coming to about half a lap to go here in Daytona. Putting the 2:10, another lap down. Such an impressive occasion. What a sweet moment.
Jacob Zaleski will lead his team home to the final corner for the final time. Jacob Zaleski and Project Valorious win the 6 Hours of Daytona. Thomas Tillemond will take second place. Norbert Thomas from Magico 55 will kickstart their season with a third place finish. Fabio Ponta. I do not believe got lapped by Zaleski. He has secured a win in GT3 Pro. As Milo Spielman secures a win for GT3 AM for Lithium Motorsports. Outstanding stuff for Fabio Ponta and for Milo Spielman. Milo Spielman, winner in Daytona, celebrating in GT3 AM as Fabio Ponta comes across the line. 07 Racing, the back-to-back champions, kick off Season 5 with a win at Daytona and once again a championship lead. Vladislav Shopov, third place for Negative Delta by Bueller's. A good start to the season for the Eastern European team. Shopov, a third place for him, ahead of Alberto Moreno and Luis Gaspar. Penalty had to be served by the 276, Lemmy Mishk, Ryder Engineering. It dropped them from 5th to 10th. Vladislav Shopov will cross the line here and finish his race. Jacob Zaleski will take a spin through the donuts of Daytona. And the season begins again. Season 5 now underway. The first set of winners have been determined with Monza in 3 weeks. Monza, Spa, Sebring, Le Mans, the next 4 races on the way to Season 5 championship glory for the Platinum Endurance Championship. Jacob Zaleski leads home a field of 52 finishers out of 58 that started this race. 52 cars finished. An absolutely phenomenal race. Technical issues and all. History in the making. Everyone celebrating here at Daytona. Outstanding stuff there. You can see some of the cars still rolling around on their cool down laps. But what a drive. What a drive, what a race. Let's dig into the results here at Daytona. Full race results. Project Valoris, first place in the class. Absolutely outstanding stuff by them. A debut win for a brand new team. They are going to 100% be at it in this season. Unity Racing by Venom in second. Magic Arrow 55 round out the podium here tonight. A phenomenal effort for that team. Rider Engineering with fourth place. A good start after what was a very abysmal season last season. They make their roads a little bit more straightforward here tonight. Looking a little bit further down the order, you can kind of see a little bit more of the issues here. Again, 24 that took the start of this race. It was an absolutely outstanding event. Just really impressive all the way through. You look a little bit further down, this is the second part of the top 10 here. Carbono Esports JD, not a bad effort there. Race 2 Esport in 12th. Project Valoris Academy in 13th. Deadbull Racing was the 51 for Project Valoris. XPD Racing GTP. Again, just overall a very outstanding event here tonight. Both the overall results here going into this. Makes it a little bit easier here. We'll look here at the overall results here. 21 finished ahead of the GT3 Pros. 07 Racing GT winning the race. Fabio Ponta kicking off the season with Lorenzo Castellani and company with the race win to defend their championship they earned in Season 3 and Season 4. They will have the championship lead here as well. As we continue to scroll down the order here, just a phenomenal run of form across the board. Again, 52 finishers in this race. You see their Negative Delta Academy did an outstanding job. They weren't on the same level as Lithium Motorsports AM, but they will take a second place and a podium here in Daytona to move on to Monza in 3 weeks' time. Overall, just an outstanding result once again. You can't say enough about this field. Just, again, outstanding performances all the way through. A couple of cars that kind of slid under the radar. Smurf Racing Team, they were very perseverant. RPM Racing Orange were perseverant there. Virtual Sandy Racing, they struggled a lot here in their first race. They got to get things put together for Monza in 3 weeks. AZR Motorsport didn't have a great run. Slippers Racing Team was very perseverant as well in this run of form. But what a result here this evening. As you look again, there's the rest of the results here. 58 starters. That is an enormous event. Few retirements there from Randall Racing all the way down. Obviously, several of those incidents came at the halfway point. There was a huge incident, took out several cars there. Team Red X, the 323, the AM car, disqualified for fair share violation. That is currently being appealed by the team, but don't believe they'll get very far with that, with it being an enforcement by iRacing. But that is it. That is your run of form here. Again, it is a phenomenal show of force here for Project Valoris, who absolutely dominated today. Project Valoris, Unity Racing by Venom, and Magic Arrow at the top of the board here this evening. See if we can fit in a couple of interviews here. We'll see if we can talk to a few drivers here and get some things going here. Let's go ahead and talk to the representative of the winning team. Let's go ahead and talk to Ryan Littlemore for Project Valorous here. A phenomenal job for basically a brand new team, Project Valorous, the number 50 winner here at Daytona. Ryan, this is Carmen from the ABM booth. You got a copy. Alrighty. What a phenomenal drive. Obviously, brand new team, full-fledged effort. 4 cars between GT3 and GTP. And a race win. All 4 cars look competitive at various points in this race. Walk us through it, though, because it was a chaotic race with 58 cars at track points.
For the team, backstory used to be Project Dynamic, who raced in the season last season, and Valorous Motorsports, we merged at the end of last year. And before we give this league a go again, I've got the experience, as some of us haven't have experience with this league. We go into this thinking, we've got 3 GTPs, 2 of them are the pros, and then 1 academy car, and then a Academy GT car. Going to this race, obviously, our car, the 50, would have a slight disadvantage around here, considering it's Daytona. The Acura is not known for being good in a straight line, but we made the setup focus on the infield, which really helped in traffic, which I think was the biggest factor for us today. The other car, I think it's the 50. What was it? I can't remember what it was. There's so many. The 52, I think, was a bit unlucky because they had a throughput earlier on in the race when they were P5. So I think there could have been a podium there. I think they had great pace, Mark and Jeffrey. The 51 had an issue in qualifying and then also in the race as well, but did a great job to get back up the field. And then I want to give a shout out to the GT guys as well. Hugo and Lewis, they did a fantastic job. And considering one of them signed up as for a GTP drive, but we made him drive the GT3, and I think it was the best thing because they both consistently were on pace with each other, which is fantastic. And I think overall the racing was quite good. I think very clean throughout. I think it got a bit sketchy at the end with a couple of guys. But we actually got hit at the bus stop with a couple to go when a GT lost it coming out of the bus stop, and we hit the right rear of his car, but we couldn't avoid it. It was very last minute, so that was a bit scary, but we got to the end, and great start for the team, I think, overall.
And obviously, this season calendar is a lot different than last season's. Obviously, it's a very high speed calendar. Monza up next, then you have Spa, Sebring, and Le Mans, the 24-hour race in May. An extremely high speed calendar. With the amount of cars we have here, we had 49 at maximum last season. We're at 58 already now. What do you look at going into the race? Obviously, next time out at Monza, but just the overall, the high-speed racing that we're going to be seeing this season, does that cater to the team in a particular way that makes it to where it's a little bit more, either a little bit more advantageous strategy-wise? What does that cater to the team at all, or is that more of a disadvantage? Are you having to work through that?
I think we when we decided the car choices, because each of the GTPs, for example, are in 3 different cars. So obviously the 50s in the Acura, the 51s in the Porsche, and the 52s in the Caddy. So we did take that into consideration. We did offer if all the teams drive one car, but obviously some prefer other cars, and that had a factor. And I think also the GT car was going to be in the Ferrari at one point, but considering with BOP going to be coming in as well with iRacing's one in a couple of weeks' time, that's going to switch things up a little bit. So you could see the 51 being quicker than our car, but we've got very talented people in the background who set the cars up, and we all work together as a team in like official sessions or private sessions we do, and it's a great bunch of lads, and we are prepared. We knew what was going into the season, considering the Acura, for example, was a big, bold decision to make, considering the Acura's been pretty good this season in the officials. We know it's going to be bopped in a few weeks' time for the new season when it comes out. But with new things like rain coming in, potentially if the organisers decide to implement that could spice things up a little bit and could bring us back, potentially. But that is going to be a big challenge, I think, for the rest of the season. But we've got the guys, and we would like to try and win the championship. I think this kind of shows that we have made a statement, and we want to go forward with that.
Absolutely, and it's a very fantastic statement to make here. Obviously, 3 cars in GTP, all of them look fast, all of them look competitive, especially early on. Before you had all the lap traffic began to have a factor there. Monza in 3 weeks' time, obviously a lot to get ready for. A lot can change at that point. Obviously, you talk about the rain, which will be available for all these cars when week 13 comes around. So that is a significant factor. And Monza is going to be a track that will have rain. So that's going to be fun to keep an eye on there. Obviously, you talk about a huge group of people behind the scenes for Project Valorous here. If there's anyone to shout out in particular, the floor is yours. Congrats on the team win for Project Valorous here at the 50 car, winning by almost a full lap here at Daytona. The floor is yours.
Yeah, I just want to give a shout to firstly my teammate Jakob for an outstanding drive at the end as well, considering our fuel strategy worked out a treat. So big shout to him. The other cars as well, 51, 52, and the 253, and also everyone in Valorous, Project Valorous as well for the support and setup feedback, and you as well for a fantastic broadcast as always.
A lot of fun being here. Obviously, 58 cars. It is a festival as always. Monza in 3 weeks' time. Project Valorous, the number 50 car, leading the GTP championship after the first of 5 races. Ryan, enjoy it, and we'll be seeing you again in Italy.
Thank you, mate. I'll get my pizza ready.
Absolutely. Sounds like a fantastic idea.
Thank you.
That was Ryan Littlemore, representative for the 50 car for Project Valorous. A fantastic run of form there for the team. We do have, it looks like, an interview coming up here for the number 9 machine coming up here. I believe that is Unity Racing by Venom that we have coming up here. We'll talk to 2 of the drivers there. See if we can talk to, it'll be Eris Giovannini and Thomas Tullamond.
Hello.
Gentlemen, welcome to the broadcast booth. Obviously a fantastic effort for the 9 car tonight. Eris, Thomas, congratulations on the podium here this evening. Obviously a team effort to get that 2nd place and a valiant fight here all the way through. Walk us through it. Obviously we'll start with Thomas, who finished this race, got back on the lead lap to make sure that Valorous couldn't hold that over the field's head here at Daytona. Walk us through your race and obviously fighting to stay in that podium range, because you were in the mix of a lot of really talented cars tonight.
We are really happy with this position with the whole team. It wasn't easy with the traffic, but thanks to the superb race strategy, we were able to achieve the target results. Top 5. We accomplished both objectives, even truth we would have liked to secure the vehicle victory. Well done to Team Project Valorous for the win. Now we will work even harder for the next event to achieve the best result.
Obviously, this is something that's on the forefront of everyone's minds here. Obviously, a fantastic effort tonight for obviously all the teams that have obviously already been at Daytona. They spent time at the 24. The next race out at Monza, a lot of changes coming. Obviously, BOP going to be a factor here, but also potential rain coming in that race at Monza. What is something that you all are working on right now for that team? Obviously, you talk about wanting that race win and wanting that victory with so much up in the air, just 3 weeks away when we head to Italy. How much are you working on trying to be as prepared as possible for that event? Because rain itself is difficult. We had 58 cars tonight. 50 plus cars in the rain at a track like Monza is not easy by any stretch of imagination. How do you prepare your team for that?
It's going to change a lot. Just a big work in intern. It's just a big work, and yes, it's going to change a lot. Sorry, I don't. My English is not good. I'm sorry.
Yes, too.
But yes, just work in practice for the best result.
Absolutely, and obviously, Thomas, you did a fantastic job finishing this race for the number 9 crew tonight.
What was that like
Yeah.
for you, being able to finish that result and get a podium? You know, you're fighting against series champions and a lot of really good drivers in this series. To be able to get a podium here and set the team on the right path early, what was that like for you? And obviously looking at Monza next, what's the biggest challenge you have going forward outside of obviously the rain looming over in the future?
It was a great race. It was fair play. I had a blast. The drivers were respectful. The traffic was tricky. I had an incident with GT3, but I keep pushing for the next race.
Obviously, a phenomenal result here for the team on the podium. First time as Unity Racing by Venom on the podium. The number 9 crew doing a fantastic job. Really another one of those, another team with multiple cars in it. Obviously, not alone in that Unity Racing camp. If there's anyone that either of you want to shout out and say thank you to, obviously it's a team effort all the way through. Eros, we'll start with you. If there's anyone to shout out and say thank you to, the floor is yours. Congrats on the effort.
Thanks you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks you. I promise to speak English better for next season, for the finish season. Can I speak in French for my team, for my community?
Yeah, absolutely.
Merci beaucoup à tous de nous avoir suivis. Merci aux sponsors Venim, Sam et Flo de nous accompagner. Et big up à la team Old Firm pour
Ouais,
leur 5e
bravo.
place.
Bravo,
Donc
bravo.
bravo à eux et on vous dit next round. Ciao, ciao.
Merci beaucoup.
Thanks you.
Fantastic result for both of you. Congratulations on your second place here at Daytona. We'll be keeping an eye on that 9 car at Monza in 3 weeks' time. Enjoy it.
Ciao, ciao. Thanks.
Thank you.
Phenomenal result there, obviously, from both of them. The French-led team, Unity Racing by Venom, here in Daytona. A fantastic result here all across the board. Get to hear from both of them. First time we've had an interview outside of English, so that was another piece of history making there. But a phenomenal result all the way through. Again, Project Valoris in the front of the field, leading this race, almost flag to flag, winning this race ahead of Unity Racing by Venom and Magic Arrow 55 in third place. A phenomenal run here. 07 Racing, the GT3 Pro Champions, they take a race win here in Daytona ahead of RPM Racing and Native Delta by Buellers, while Lithium Motorsports take the GT3 AM Class win over Native Delta Academy and Team Red X. That'll do it from us here at Daytona. A phenomenal race, action-packed all the way through. We'll be live again later on this season. Later on tonight, 9:45 p.m. We'll be live on ABN 2 for the ARCS SNS season as it heads through Daytona. We'll be on the oval tonight for the Gen 6 cars here for SNS. On behalf of everyone here for ABN 1, for the Platinum Endurance Championship, I'm Carmen Sienna. Thank you all so much for being with us here for a history-making day. Thank you for being a part of the 1,000 followers here on Twitch. We'll see you tomorrow. See you tonight here on ABN 2 here at Daytona. We'll see you tomorrow night, 7 p.m. here at Daytona for the ARCS A Square Cup Series. Until then, so long, farewell, stay safe. We'll see you next time.